The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The weather is beautiful and so is the play at the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. The Titans of World Chess brought their best, hoping to gain ground in an exceptional field. Brilliant attacks inspired equally ingenious defenses as close calls were saved with tactical draws. Nepomniachtchi pressed against surging phenom Alireza Firouzja in a complicated game, with Nepomniachtchi notching his first victory. Who will gain ground and who will falter? Day 3 of Fighting Chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 3 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic, the first stop of the Grand Chess Tour, held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. The players have been giving us plenty of excitement, thrills and spills, and they are ready to continue the action in today's round. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Enjoy this beautiful, sunny Bucharest, Romania, as we welcome you to our coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hi, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is Yasser Seirawan. Good morning.
Good morning, Peter. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of Round 3. Round 2 was simply exceptional. We saw two of the most wonderful games that I ever had the privilege of calling, Peter, and I can't wait for today. Please do the honors of where we're standing.
Absolutely. The standings are as follows. As you see on your screen, we have two leaders. Nepomniachtchi, who beat Alireza Firouzja yesterday in one of those stunning games Yasser referenced.
Yes.
And the American Wesley So, who won his game against Mamedyarov yesterday. Then we have 6 players who made 2 draws so far, and 2 people who have drawn 1 and lost 1, bringing up the rear.
And our format, Peter?
The format is a 10-player double, not a double, a single round robin. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves as for the time control, with 30 minutes for the rest of the game after that, and a 30-second increment starting from move 1. No draw offers allowed at any point, and you get 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and we award you no points for a loss.
And we're in round 3 of our schedule.
Yeah, the remaining schedule is as follows. We will have 3 more rounds until the rest day on Tuesday, May the 10th, and then 4 more rounds with potential playoffs on Saturday if they are required.
And Alejandro, you're in studio with us. Good to see you, my friend. And tell us about the players who are also candidates.
Oh, what a pleasure to be here with you guys early morning in St. Louis, but in Bucharest. We're almost ready for the action. 4 of the players in this tournament are using Bucharest as a bit of a training ground, as they have a huge commitment coming up next month in Madrid. 4 of the participants of this tournament are going to be in the candidates tournament. Of course, remember, the winner of that event will be challenging Magnus Carlsen, or hopefully Magnus Carlsen, for the World Championship match. And you can see the players there. Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja will be making their first appearance in the candidates in the coming month. But we have a couple of veterans. Nepomniachtchi, he went to the 2020-2021 candidates, a very long tournament there. He won it. A lot of people said he was benefited by the fact that that tournament was cut in half. Started off very well in the first half and just squeaked through on the second. Won the tournament with a round to spare, but of course there's also Fabiano Caruana, who's played the candidates 3 times, going for his 4th one. We have 50% of the field here in Bucharest. I'm excited to see how they do against each other. Jan started off blistering by defeating Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces. That certainly sets the tone for the coming tournament. But let's take a look at what we have coming up for today as we join our friends in Bucharest, Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic from location here in Bucharest, Romania. To give you all the updates and call all the action, I'm your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, and I'm joined by my brilliant co-host, Women's Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, yesterday we had an amazing day filled with excitement. What do you have your eyes set on for today?
Yeah, it's been a great day yesterday, and I'm looking forward for another round. I just noticed that none of the candidates will be playing against each other today, so they can forget a little bit about the preparation against each other and focus on and just play chess, you know. And also, I'm really looking forward for the game between Alireza Firouzja and Levon Aronian, because Levon is the most experienced player and Alireza Firouzja is the youngest one. They have played only 2 times in classical games, and both games finished in a draw. I'm wondering if today will be the decisive game for them.
It's definitely a clash of a generation in that one, and that will be fire on the board for sure. One game that I'm definitely having my eyes on is the big clash between Richie Rapport and the young Romanian superstar Bogdan Deac. That one is going to be a clash of styles, in my opinion. Also, these 2 players have never met in classical chess. They have absolutely no information about the other player, at least no face-to-face information. Now, why I say it's a clash of styles? Because Bogdan Daniel Deac is a player that relies very much on his opening preparation and generally punishes his opponents if they stray away from the main lines of theory. Now, on the other hand, Richie Rapport is a player true to his style, true to his artistic, ingenuous style. This is going to be a clash that is going to be fire on the board as well. Very, very exciting games coming up today. Guys, how about yourselves?
Well, thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. Let's take a look at all the pairings, Peter.
Absolutely. Let's bring up the pairings for today's round. Our leaders are playing, respectively, Wesley is black against Fabiano Caruana in an all-American clash, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is white against yet another American player, Dominguez. We also have a game between MBL and Mamedyarov, 2 players who know each other exceedingly well. And then the 2 games, which I agree are very, very exciting, the ones pointed out by our colleagues in Romania. Levon is white against Alireza, should be a fantastic game. And then the game between Richard Rapport and Bogdan Deac, in which we see Richie play with the white pieces for the first time in this tournament. He's had 2 blacks so far.
And what are they playing for, Peter?
And here you have the prize fund on your screen. There's a cool 100,000 up top for the winner, and if you win the tournament in classical, you get 13 GCT points, and if you have to play tiebreaks, you only get 12. And a very nice spread of prizes all the way down to 10.5 for 10th, and the total prize fund is about 350.
Yeah, very nice figure of 100,000. And of course, the Grand Chess Tour has all of these events, so the players who build up their Grand Chess Tour points gain an extra at the end of the tournament, at the end of the tour, bonus money by having the most GCT points. Now, yesterday, this guy, I mean, we don't know how he survived. Shaq doesn't know how he survived. What are we expecting? First white pieces.
I think he knows how he survived.
Yeah, we were discussing it after the round yesterday, the 3 of us, and we came to the conclusion that this was definitely one of the perhaps rare occurrences where you really, really wanted to have it be a double press conference.
Exactly.
To have both of them there at the screen explaining what they saw and what they didn't see and how they felt about their positions, because yeah, that was a game that was an unbelievable mess, which is. So it does happen sometimes, but it was also, apart from, I would say, dodgy opening choices, extremely well played by both players.
That was the thing. Even though it appeared like there was this plethora of choices, in fact, the accuracy of the players was really extraordinary.
Yeah. Considering the amount of things they had to weigh and assess and choose from.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a remarkably accurate and precise game, which honestly I'm still in awe of what they achieved there.
And then, of course, Alejandro, it was so hilarious when Shaq came and expressed his point of view, because then you could see this dawning coming. I wasn't winning. It
was just incredible, I think, for us as well to understand that the position wasn't winning, but in our eyes, it was just crushing.
By the way, we have a special guest who is going to be making the opening first move. I think it's Daniel Jinga.
Yeah, we believe it's
ooh, E2, E4.
And yeah, he is the I believe the director of the Romanian Opera. So very, very nice to have the art world join us here on stage, and the MVL suggesting he will open with the e-pawn, even though.
But he took it back quickly.
He took it back quickly, and also, you know, as we have seen yesterday with him not playing the Grunfeld and opting for the Queen's Gambit, etc. He's also been straying away from. He's been a 1e4 player his entire life, but recently, to some bafflement, honestly, he's been you know, dipping his toe in differing waters. But yeah, we'll see what happens today.
And here we have another.
And Rich is suggesting one knight c3, which is a shout out to a friend of the stream. No, it's not 1d3. Okay, I was going to say it's a tribute to Lawrence Trent, but maybe it is.
No. The Romanian player was very, very happy about knight c3. He was like very enthusiastic.
He was happy about knight c3, but then he saw d3 and was happier.
Yeah, the applause continued.
Yeah, he went even happier. Yeah.
Nice. Now, even though we have only had 2 victories from the first 2 rounds, I just feel, Peter, that the games themselves, the content of the games and the draws have been incredibly well fought.
Yeah, we've had very few, you know, quote unquote quiet games. Perhaps the game Wesley played against MVL yesterday was on the quieter side, and even that one featured, you know, some things were left unshown on the board.
Yeah,
but when NVL came into the Romanian studio to show some lines, even that seemingly very dry game could have been quite interesting if it continued. But yeah, most of the draws, I would say, were extremely combative and featured some very interesting game.
Now, Anastasiya, in particular, said Levon Aronian versus Ali Reza is a game she's watching, even though Levon Aronian is not a candidate. Maybe it's sort of like this is a moment for Levon to say, you know, young man, I should be in the candidates, and I'm going to show you exactly why. What do you think about this, Alejandro?
It's hard to believe Levon is not in the candidates. He has played 6 times.
Wow.
He's an incredible veteran of these tournaments, and he basically just missed out on this one as well, right?
Exactly. And as Christian said, this is a clash of generations, as we have a 39-year-old Levon. Hard to believe he's 39 years old, but he has been in the world's top for 20 years.
Yeah, for a very, very long time. Yeah, and
he's opened with
I
English.
I was temporarily rendered speechless by you know, I've been hypnotized by watching him chewing. But
and I think we have a c4, c6 now. Instead of the e6, d5 that Ali Reza played against Fabiano.
Yeah, already switching things up from round 1, and it's hard to say whether specifically what Ali Reza did against Fabi prompted Levon to play 1c4. He's been an English player all his life. It's very much his repertoire move. So I don't think he will be, you know, shocked by 1c6 or horribly disappointed by it either. I mean,
now, Wesley So, he has a very big challenge in front of him today as he is leading the tournament, co-leader, but he's defending the black pieces against Fabiano. Fabi opened d4. I mean, again, the players are, you know, two-handed, ambidextrous. They can play e4, d4. And we have a Catalan on the board with g2, g3. an opening that actually Wesley really enjoys playing as white himself.
Yeah, but I think most top players by this point have at least attempted to include Catalan into in their repertoire, because it's a way to avoid the sort of the rock solid things that people do against the non-Catalan in this position. Like if you play knight c3, the Vienna and the Rogozin, even if we sort of don't count the QGD, there's plenty of options here, but specifically the Vienna and the Rogozin, as it currently stands, offer Black a very, very good chance of equalizing by force, so to speak, because the play becomes extremely concrete and potentially solvable in some cases. Whereas the Catalan does, I think, offer you, or at least is supposed to offer you, more of a chance, not of an advantage necessarily, but of a game where your opponent will actually have to start playing at some point.
There will be play. Alejandro, if I can pick your brain for a moment. First of all, if you were on the black side of the Catalan, do you like to play the Catalan open with d5 takes c4, or do you like to play a closed variation of the Catalan?
Actually, with the black pieces, for some reason during my career, almost nobody played Catalan. Everybody was playing the knight c3 variations. It's just absolute coincidence. But I've studied both. Bishop e7, of course, the more traditional variation. I never knew what was wrong with it.
Right.
It felt that a lot of people were taking on c4 early. They were playing this a6, knight c6 stuff that became extremely sharp. There was a lot of fun games on the variation. But I always thought bishop e7 just worked, you know? Like bishop e7, castle, take on c4. It was a recipe that's been around for a long time, and I always felt it held quite well, if not comfortably. So we'll see what we have on the board. And actually, Fabi plays this early move, queen a4, which is s8 before a few times. I don't think that theoretically it's the most challenging way of playing against the setup of the Catalan. Queen c2, of course, is the main line. But it's worked out for Fabi. He's actually beaten a few good players in this variation before. It can't be a surprise for Wesley, because he has faced it before. I believe he's faced it against Fabi himself in a tiebreak here in St. Louis. But I'm trying to remember exactly what game that was. 2018, right?
I'm not entirely sure. I have a feeling this may have happened, yeah. But I've recently had an occasion to listen to lectures on this topic, because I was covering the World Championship where Catalan was featured between Magnus and Jan, obviously, last year. And my co-hosts taught me some things about this. But the reason Queen a4 is chosen these days, at least a potential reason why Queen a4 is chosen these days over the much more usual Queen c2, is the emergence of the line, specifically Queen c2, b5, and then after a4, at one point it was very much en vogue to play b5, b4 here, and those positions became a hot topic of discussion. Right. But since then they've discovered this idea of playing bishop b7 here.
Which is an amazing move, by the way.
Bishop b7, a takes b5, a6.
Right. I mean, it looks like Black's structure is being destroyed, but
and it is a legitimate pawn sacrifice. Black doesn't regain the pawn, because after b takes a6 we take with the knight, not the bishop. But the piece activity Black acquires after queen takes e4 and I believe bishop d5, as I understand it, currently Black is holding this reasonably comfortably, even I would suggest, in terms of the current situation in practice. And queen a4, I think, is aimed squarely at not allowing any of this. But what it does allow, in comparison with queen c2, is exactly the move that Wesley played, because if you play queen c2, a6, White at least has the option of playing a to a4 here.
As opposed to queen
And
takes
I think
c4.
it has become the main move here, because the queen takes c4 lines are supposedly not very much. But if you play queen a4, you take this option away from you, so you will have to play the position that Yasser has on your screen right now. You will have to take on c4, go queen c2, bishop b7, and go from here. And once again, I'm not a Catalan player with either color. I dabbled in it maybe 15 years ago, but didn't know much then, and definitely don't know anything now. But in my understanding, that's just not a lot at all. Right. And Wesley, as a Catalan player himself, he probably should have a pretty decent idea of exactly why this isn't supposed to be anything at all.
Right. And the lifetime between these two players? Wow.
4 wins, 3 losses. It's so close. That's a lot of draws.
That is a lot. Yeah, I mean, what separates them is something incredibly narrow. Wow, one win between them. And by the way, this was, you go back to the 80s. You have Genis Zisanko, Anatoly Karpov, and others that were blazing trails in this particular variation in the Catalan. And Bishop D2 was the go-to move at one time. Yeah, and the move I liked a lot was Bishop F4. I played that against Karpov and Walter Brown and others. But Bishop D2 has a very intriguing idea, and it's a kind of a funny one. White is trying to prevent C7, C5. That's what it's all about. Now the fight is over C7, C5. Black wants to play knight D7, C7, C5, and away you go. Once you get in C5,
you're completely fine in most cases.
Maybe even sometimes even a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And what was the purpose behind Bishop D2? No kidding. The purpose was to play the move Bishop A4 and simply to pin this pawn, prevent it from going to C5, and in some cases following up with
even and dooming it on A5 by playing B2 before, which really does look stunningly stupid, but isn't.
Exactly.
But really isn't.
So Bishop D2, again, we're in the dusty parts of the library. What do you have for us, Alejandro, and some of the other games?
I was just going around different games. We will have a couple of clash of styles in the game between Maxime and Shak. We have a Caro-Kann, E4, C6, and Maxime very often plays this setup with both knights being developed instead of the usual, or more common, I would say, move D4. And after takes, knight F6, Queen E2. We have a position which I actually saw Richard Rapport win once in a live tournament because his opponent won knight BD7. And that was made on D6. I actually saw him do this once, which is kind of funny. But we have this variation where knight takes, and the move Queen A5. I don't know this variation very well. I know that most people are trying to exchange the queens here with the move Queen D5, immediately challenging the queen in the center. And it's become some sort of hot topic. Both the move Queen F4 and Queen H4 have been seen in this position. But the move Queen A5, I don't know very well. Maxime seems to be thinking a little bit about it as well. It's not completely unknown to me, but I don't think that it's considered to be the main line right now. Another clash of interesting styles. We have this game that is rushing down the theoretical board.
Wow.
This is the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Lenier Dominguez. Lenier is using the Petrov defense, something that's become more and more common. Already enjoyed a surge of popularity. But here we have this very similar variation to what we have earlier in the tournament with a knight C3, the doubling of the pawns on the queen side in order to gain development. But instead of taking on E5 like Deac did against Nepomniachtchi, we have the move Bishop D6, which goes into a completely different variation. And they are just blitzing out this variation. C5, Queen F3. I don't exactly know this position, but apparently they are following a game of Van Forest and Friedman. C4, Bishop F5, Knight takes C5, takes, Rook E8. This is apparently both of their books, because they are just blitzing all of these moves out. Let me just get to the position that we have on the board right now, because this is already this is already on the board.
We're in an end game.
We're in an end game. White is currently up a pawn, but he has problems with the c-file pawns, as well as some problems with the back rank. The computer's saying there's a very slight edge for the white pieces. I have the feeling that Dominguez believes that this is a drawn endgame and he can draw it by force. But we're going to have to wait and see a couple of more moves to determine if that's completely true. For now, it is an extra pawn for the white side. Probably not an easy one to convert, but these guys are just zooming through this game.
Exactly, they sure are. And I'd like to draw our attention, Peter, to the game between Levon Aronian and Ali Reza. I was present in Vaikanze ages ago when this very topical variation at that time of the Slav appeared between Garry Kasparov on the white side and Alexander Morozevich on the black side. And Morozevich, in this very well-known position, you go back to the 1935 World Championship match between Alekhine and Max Erva, F7, F6. But G5 appeared, and Gary went into this think tank. And just spent like 50 minutes, and he just like worked it out, calculated, and won over the board. And
Gary was, and still is, not bad at chess.
yeah, it was just it was an amazing feat. And what Gary played ended up becoming the
main line,
main line, which was also rather extraordinary. And it was like one of the games for the ages, Queen C2 on the board.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of the more recognizable contributions of Alexander Morozevich to opening theory, along with all of the French ideas he's had. I think this particular Slav, most people will probably call it the Morozevich variation.
Exactly, yeah. It's most deserving.
Yeah, and absolutely, yeah. Without him, he not only was he the first one to play it, he also continued developing the theory of it, and it very much deservedly bears his name. I don't particularly know the current state of it, to be honest. It sort of disappeared from top tournament practice. At some point, people were playing it.
It was all the rage for a while, and then it kind of. What is the current theory, top theory, Alejandro? You've got your database there. You can.
It's just a little bit out of fashion. The moves G takes f4, knight takes f5 are definitely the main line. Black always castles in this position, and queen c2 is by far the main move. But here, actually, Black's main source of counterplay usually starts with the move knight c5 in this position, and White usually castles, pawn takes g3, h takes g3, and you can see there's a bunch of games here on my right side. And Black has tried the move a5, I think, mainly just preventing the move b4 from the white side. And there's a ton of games from this position, hundreds. Black obtained the opposite color bishops. You could argue that h5, h4 looks like a source of counterplay, but actually people figured out that it doesn't do very much. With the knight on f5, you can't easily push this pawn all the way to h4, even though you would love to. A lot of the times, White goes rook fd1, and Black actually has to deal with White's threats first. It goes to a complex game, but instead of that, here, Ali Reza plays the move king b8. It has been seen before quite a few times. Morozevich himself played it in 2005 against Elyanov. There's a game of Wang Hao Nakamura where White castled as well. So king b8, a little bit of a wrinkle compared to the usual knight c5.
The idea is maybe the knight c5 stops the bishop on f8 from protecting the b4 square, so maybe you don't have to play the move a7, a5.
I think my suggestion would be is simply that king b8 will probably be necessary at some point in the game. Like I'm sure you know this feeling that like if you castle queenside until you have played king b1 with White or king b8 with Black, there's this itch, right?
Exactly.
You feel that
I agree.
Yeah, you haven't completed castling yet somehow.
Right.
And generally the concept of making the necessary moves first and then making the optional ones later is a very valid one. But all of this is generalities. This is a very, very concrete position, and there must be a concrete reason why you start with king b8 over knight c5. And I suggest I even know what that concrete reason is, and that would be computer tells you to.
The computer tells you. And what does the computer tell us to do after the move king b8? Alejandro.
After king b8, the computer actually wants to take on f4. It also
yes, that's what I wanted to ask.
You could also just castle. There's a big difference with the line knight c5 and king b8. Knight c5 is an active developing move, and the knight is very well placed there. So after you take on f4 in this position, you have the move knight c4, rook is coming to d2, the queen is taking on f4. Everything kind of falls apart for the white side. The difference is that with the king on b8 and the knight on d7, when I take and go knight c4, first of all, there is no rook d2 problems in this position. And the knight on c5 is not actually hitting this position on d3. So I could go e3. And the other variation, of course, with the king on c8 and the knight on c5, you have this ugly check on d3, and White's position basically collapses. But that's going to take you a full turn. You have to go knight c5 here. You don't want to castle into the open file, and rook d2 is coming as well. But you could play rook d1, and we have had a few games from this position where Black tries to regain the pawn quickly by taking on d1 and going queen a5, but it just goes down the theoretical channels. That would be the main difference between knight c5 and king b8, is the ability to take on f4. Now let's see if Levon does it. You don't have to take on f4. You could just castle. You could even consider the move rook d1, but the gauntlet has been laid down. You could take on f4 and try. We'll see what happens. They've played twice before, 2 draws, as we mentioned earlier in the program. Let's see if this is the decisive.
Yeah, not too many games between them, but again,
Alireza
clash of generations.
Yeah,
Peter.
Alireza still young.
Would you grab the pawn here if you were white?
I've been eyeing it since I saw King B8 because I wasn't quite sure actually even what the response is, because I thought, has to be knight G6 to win a tempo, but then after E2 E3 there really isn't very much of an initiative for
especially as the knight on G6 is really kind of burdened, I want to say.
Exactly, yeah. And I was slightly confused by this, but yeah, knight c4, knight c5 does make a lot more sense.
Exactly.
Putting knights on much more active squares. E3 probably still required because you can't really give the pawn on f4 back so easily.
Right.
Anyway, in this position, Alejandro said you don't want to castle into it, so to speak. I think the problem with castles is not necessarily even rook g8. I think it's just rook d2 is extremely awkward.
Exactly.
Because we don't really have good squares for the queen with all the knight moves coming in.
Exactly.
So preventing rook d2 here
is a priority.
It's just a priority.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is where rook d1 comes in.
Exactly. And well, I mean, this looks to be a very intriguing clash. Let's check in on the game of Shaq. I'm just a little curious. No, that's not Shaq.
We haven't seen this one yet, so maybe we should stop here and show the viewers what's going on in the game between Richard and Bogdan. Right. This is a Nimzo, but a kind of a quietish Nimzo with e3 knight g2, which is something people, of course, have been doing for a long, long time. But it's not supposed to be all that ambitious, and there's a number of things you can do in response. c6 being one of them, but not the most popular one. I think when I looked at these positions, we couldn't really find anything at all exciting about the d5, simply d5 lines. d5, let's say a3, we go back to either d6 or e7. And both moves, in my opinion, are eminently playable for black. Right. You can go knight f4 immediately, you can go cd5 and hope for e takes d5 and go knight f4 there. And
I know this from many of Sammy Reshevsky's games, Sammy Reshevsky being a giant of American chess, but c7, c6.
Yeah, the move does exist, and the idea here, of course, is to play d5, preserving the option of recapturing on d5 with the c-pawn if you want, and also, as we are actually seeing in the game, giving the bishop on b4 an alternative route to escape via a5 to c7. And it does sort of prompt c4, c5. I think it's a very logical move here. I think I've actually looked at this. There are some incredibly sharp lines here, potentially. If you go b4, bishop c7, you are kind of committed, I think, if you play b4, to playing e4 here. To which black, I think, replies with d5, e5, and then I think knight
the 4 pawns.
e8. Yeah, it's for a Nimzo, it's a very, very wild position. The knight goes somewhere, and then you get all kinds of pawn breaks. You get f6, knight d7. Very often, black will be actually aiming to sacrifice a piece on e5 if you meet f6 with f4. This is a very, very sharp position, which I think we looked at this when I was preparing for the London candidates, which obviously is a long time ago, and things have changed. But yeah, this is a very exciting choice that Richie chose not to go for. Instead, he went with c4, c5, trying to change the structure a little bit. Of course, he plays c5 to take en passant here. Queen takes, b4, and somewhat interestingly, the bishop went to b6 and not to c7. Alejandro,
what's going on?
Yeah, like why isn't the bishop on c7 here?
Well, he's played this before, so he doesn't really have to guess things. We are still following a game that Deac himself played against Gupta a few years ago. Actually, Grandmaster Gupta won that game with the white pieces. He's played bishop b6 before. The move bishop c7 is the more common one, though. There is a game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura where Hikaru went bishop c7, won that one. I think it was a rapid and blitz, but I have to double check. Bishop e6 seems to be the way that Deac likes to handle this position. In my point of view, the bishop on c7 is more logical. The only advantage I see with the bishop on b6 is that perhaps an e5 break would come with a little bit more oomph attacking on d4. But by all means, I thought the move c6 was to put the bishop on c7, and hopefully white castles doesn't realize it's checkmate on h2. I'm not really sure why you put the bishop on b6.
If you can give a smothered mate, you can give a checkmate on h2.
I just never know, right?
Right.
I'm a little confused about the move bishop b6. The engines don't think there's any real difference. between the moves. As usual, the engines just think every move is playable. But logically speaking, I like the move bishop c7 a little bit more, but Deac has had his analysis. He definitely trusts on what he has studied and prefers the move bishop b6 over the more normal one. Just want to check in really quickly on this this theoretical battle. Same structure, yeah, we're going to have this for a while, I think, as the players finally slowed down between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Linear Dominguez. Still an extra pawn for white. We just see the move a4. Peter, what do you think are the actual winning chances for white in this position?
I sort of trust Linear on this. I would be worried here with black if I didn't know any. Like if you just gave me this position with no knowledge of what the clock says, no knowledge of the names of the players. Obviously, there are drawing chances. There are always drawing chances in these types of heavy piece endgames. But to me, apart from the extra pawn, the obvious white having more pawns than black, it's the relative king safety here is what worries me for Linear, because the fact that the extra pawn is on the king side and the black king on h8, if white somehow manages to activate that rook on a1, and it comes into play, the king on h8 will start feeling very, very shaky. And this is why the queen on e2 is so important, taking away all of the squares, like the d1 and the e1 squares are very well controlled. The queen endings might be drawn, but I think you hate to play them. Like I've been looking at this and thinking, could the plan be to, I don't know, make one more a move in preparation, I don't know, b7, b6 or something, and then I should just give a check from d1 and say, I am not going to lose this queen ending. But I think nobody really plays like this. I think the torture that's ahead of you as black in that queen ending is just so unattractive that you probably don't want to do that. But then what's the plan? Because you can't really attack anything. Queen d2, maybe queen d2 is the way to try to attack some material here. Apart from the move queen e2, d2, I don't see a single active move that does anything. Rook d2, I'm worried about the idea of leaving the back rank. I also don't like allowing any kind of potential checks. And the c2 pawn doesn't seem worth it all that much necessarily. f2 is well protected. So that would be like my assessment if I knew absolutely nothing about this position and just saw it for the first time. But with Linear absolutely blitzing into it.
Right.
And Linear is, one of the premier theoreticians of our age. He works very, very diligently on chess. He knows his stuff. I'm pretty sure he's not only seen the evaluational history, he probably also clicked around trying to figured out, what to aim for. Yeah, which pieces to trade, which positions are easily holdable, which positions are going to be a torture, and so on. So, I mean, from Jan's viewpoint, I understand why he's also, even if he knows this is holdable, he clearly has a very easy positive free roll here.
Right.
If he doesn't win, he doesn't win. But he will be the only one with winning chances. So why not just play this? But for Linear, yeah, we'll see. The fact that he started thinking after h3 and a4 is a bit worrying.
And their lifetime score is very close.
Very close, but in favor of Linear.
Very surprising that the previous challenger, Nepo, trails.
It's a low draw rate too, considering the amount of games.
Let me just play the devil's advocate for a moment with you there, Peter, because it is so very difficult. The pawn structure on the queen side, it's not like it's an extra pawn. Let's say I just play b7, b6. Just give me one move and I'll tell you what I'm doing next.
I wonder if I should play a5. I'm very drawn.
I'm very happy.
Now this probably is a draw, and then BA in the end.
Yeah, because this is where I really want to go with this. I want to induce.
Well, I want to play g3 here. I'm not playing.
If you're going to play g3, I'm going to go queen d2. I'm trying to get you to play. Let me just show you what I'm trying to get you to do is f4 and takes. That was the whole point that I.
But you could play BA on the previous move. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. A5 would have been a useful move for white if not for the fact that rook d1 check exists.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, to me, b6 is by far the most natural move in the position, and I'm wondering what else Linear is considering there. Perhaps it is rook d2. Because my original skepticism maybe was slightly overstated, because the c2 pawn is not that bad. Like if we get to pick up the pawn on c2, I think we're reasonably happy because we're not giving up control over the d file. One thing that would worry me about leaving the back rank would be to leave one of the large files open for the rook on a1, but we're not doing that.
Well, for me, I liked what you said at the very start, which is watch out
now
for
and now we go b6.
Well, watch out for the back rank. I am patrolling this. How do you say?
Rook e5 now is a very, very big threat. Yeah.
Well, you still have Queen e1 check. I must say, it's unfortunate for me.
Yeah, Queen e1, Queen f2 probably just holds on the spot, right?
Exactly. Unfortunately for me, that does appear to hold on the spot. I have to probably place, well, g3.
It's awkward, right?
Yeah, it is. Rook d2 might be just the way to go. Catch up for us, Alejandro, on this position, please.
On this position, b6, the engines think is definitely the best move. I was playing around with the move rook d2, but it doesn't fully equalize. It does have the issue of the move a5.
Wow.
And after rook takes c2, this cagey little move rook b1, you're attacking b7. It's not a surprise. You don't have that many good ways to defend it. You could take on c3, but that just loses because rook takes b7, and you guys finally mentioned the problem of the king on h8 is much greater than the problems of the king on g1. Once the rook reaches the back rank, that's game over.
I was hoping to play queen d3 there after rook b1. That's why I thought this was playable.
Queen d3 here has the issue of queen f8 check.
Queen f8 and rook b7, yeah.
And rook b7, and I don't think you have anything because the queen covers d6.
Exactly, this is the point. Yeah, I missed that I don't have queen d1, queen d6 here. Or
rook c1. You don't have queen d6 in this position, there's no checks, and the initiative fails. But there's still one more try for black in this position, and this one could be a little tempting from far away. We could go rook b... What, did I miss a move? a5,
no,
rook takes c2, rook b1, rook b2. There you go. Rook takes, queen takes, and the game kind of keeps going. You could go check on c8, king h7, you take on c4, I take on...
This is a draw, though. Queen a5, we end up with 3 against 2.
You pick up this one, you pick up this one, I pick up this one, you pick up this one. And the only question is, do you want to play this endgame as black? It is a draw, it's theoretically a draw. I guess you lose it once every, I don't know, 10 games?
Yeah, I think you go for this. Having gone for the entire line to begin with, I think you take 3 against 2.
Yeah.
You could, but the question also could simply be, what is white's next move? Because you just played a4 with the idea of a5. It's not strengthening your position in any other way. The pawn is not really getting captured differently on a2 that is on an a4. It gets picked up pretty much the same way. So why not throw in the move b6 and then go for some kind of rook d2s and equalizing? The rook is not penetrating anywhere on the first rank to the last one. All of this is controlled. The b file is now shut thanks to the b6 move. And of course, if you go a5 now, I can do almost all of the same things, take on a5, as you mentioned, and that will be completely equal. So I think that the move rook d2 is enough for equality. Maybe equality is not the correct word, enough for a draw.
Yeah.
But b6 might just be the cleaner way to do it.
Thank you for that. And I just picked up on the game of Wesley. So again, Wesley and Ian, our co-leaders. Fabi on the white side of a Catalan. And again, this very, very old theoretical dispute in my chess library, I might say, my notebooks. We could look at some stuff. Bishop d2, bishop e4, and this was played very often too. Bishop e4, and crazily enough, sometimes they just drop the bishop right back.
But the follow-up is kind of new, and I think this is what is supposed to be the quote-unquote solution to the bishop d2 line of the Catalan, at least in my understanding. I think at some point, and once again, I think we have to thank Vladimir Kramnik for this. People have realized you can play c6 with the intention of eventually replying to knight c3 with the retreat to the g6 square. And c6 very efficiently solves the potential problem of bishop a5 because we are now controlling that square.
Yep.
And black just wants to play knight bd7, rook c8, and c5, having gone with the bishop outside the pawn chain and efficiently sort of negotiates much of the ideas that lie behind bishop d2. a4, I'm not so sure I've seen very much here. Once again, not a Catalan specialist. Take everything I say about this opening with a
grain of salt.
Bag of salt. Yeah,
a bag of salt.
Yeah, and before is an interesting reply. I don't think it was forced. But then again, taking away the c3 square and the a3 square from the knight on b1 cannot really be all that unattractive.
So for me, I I'm not
Seriously?
I'm not quite sure that I would. I would want to part with the pawn on d4, but I need to. No, but I need to make room for my knight.
I really want to ask you, like, if white goes bishop f4, which I think is a move I would have made in this position, kind of automatically. Do you actually take on f3 here with black?
Let's just see it. Let's
I
just
mean,
put
it
on the
looks
board.
unplayable to me. Rook g1, knight g2, c4. It just looks unplayable to me.
Rook d1. I don't know where I'm
Yeah,
putting my queen.
knight g2. Yeah, I kind of never
Because-
ever do this to myself.
Because the knight ends up on
you
d5.
do have knight d5,
right?
yeah, but some very nice games were won in these types of structures. There was, in particular, the game, I think a hugely instructive game was won by Alexander Grishuk against Hikaru Nakamura. I can't remember exactly where. but
Yeah.
I think it was the candidates, right?
It was maybe possibly here, actually, yeah.
Here?
I thought it was here, but even the candidates, yeah.
All right, guys, I need your attention for a second because we do
Absolutely.
have a development in one
Jump.
of the games. This is Levon against Firouzja, and we left it off here after the move King b8. Takes on f4 happened, and the move we expected, knight c4. And as I had mentioned, e3, knight c5 had been played before. There's a Wang Hao Nakamura game. There's other good games in this position. Hari Krishna played this with white against Markus Rager from Austria. Rook d1, and every game here has followed like this. Rook takes, knight takes, queen a5 check. Every game follows like this. Everybody here has played the move knight c3. And Levon, he spent a little bit of time. He's thought about it, and he said, why should I play knight c3? I'm going to go king e2.
This is very confusing, yeah, because
It's a confusing move because, well, the king is now in the center. It's not going to go easily back into hiding. You can't really castle in many of these positions. And it tactically has a problem. Now, of course, if you take on a4, take on a4, take on a4,
Whoops.
First of all, I don't know why you're trading queens when this guy's king is now on e2. But the problem is that b3 just picks up a knight. You don't have the move knight c3 check. This knight is covering, and you just lose one of them.
Clear.
But after the move king e2, there's the move queen a6, which not only is very logical because you defend the knight at the same time that you threaten some kind of discovery with it. So you're immediately targeting
kind of
this
forces
king.
king f3, no?
It actually forces the move king f3. There is no other move. If you go back to e1, not only could I make a draw, but I can just take on a4 with one of the knights. This king is a bit stuck. This move bishop b4 check is coming as a huge problem. The pawn on b2 needs defense, so you don't have the move knight c3. So this is already, according to the engine, lost. Not even close.
Right.
So you do have to go queen a6, king a6, king f3. But at this point, the engine says, well, thank you for your king on f3. It's very awkward. You could take on a4 now. Takes, and the pawn on b2 is currently hanging. You could also have moves like rook g8. You're going to start advancing this majority, and you don't have the move b3 like you had in the previous line because I force your king to f3, and this allows knight d2 check, picking up the pawn on the next move. So yeah, the engine is giving a pretty significant advantage to Alireza already if he finds the move queen a6, king f3, and queen takes a4. The sequence.
I was wondering about queen a6, king f3, and being a an incorrigible romantic that I am, king f3, knight g3 was kind of drawing my eye. But I guess we don't have threats, right? We just it's a cute move, but it doesn't really do very much. The king on f3 is safe enough, and we don't have actual checks to threaten.
I didn't expect knight d3 to make it a +5 position. But
so much for romance. I mean, that's you can get a slap in the face after.
Yeah, the engines do say this is the only way for Alireza to get an advantage. Is queen a6 and the follow-up queen takes a4. There are other tries, especially considering that the king is on f3. So black does have several ways of playing where he could obtain compensation for his pawn. But for a clear advantage, this is the only way.
Queen takes a4. That just throws down the gauntlet as far as a challenge. My first thought was that maybe white was going to avoid trading queens after queen takes
you don't have
a4.
particularly good squares. You can play queen c3, but you're just forcing black to make a move that
he wants to play anyway.
Made anyway.
Now, yeah, unfortunately, I don't have some brilliant follow-up of queen check on e5, but it's a dodgy position.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't feel that good with white, but I'm not sure if I feel that good with black either.
I think you do pick black here because you have the more active pieces which are difficult to attack, and there's all kinds of tactical shenanigans which might start happening here. Like if the knight from c4 jumps somewhere, there will be queen e4 threats and so on. So
exactly.
You have to be very careful here with white.
To me, the evaluation of the position is surprising, but queen c3, rook g8, -5.
-5?
Yeah, the game's over.
Wow.
Actually, the best move according to the engine is king e2.
Just giving up the bishop.
Just give up the bishop, otherwise you get more mated.
You get more mated.
You get more mated, yeah.
Like, okay, just show us a mate. I mean, I don't even see the mate threat.
Yeah.
Here, I think after bishop g7, you kind of.
Oh, well,
maybe.
bishop g7, I've just helped my opponent a lot. That is for
The
sure.
funny thing is, it's not easy to make a move that doesn't help your
Okay,
opponent.
sorry, rook e1.
Rook e1, I think, without looking at an engine, that it's knight b3.
Knight boy 3?
Yeah.
Oh boy, 3.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy 3.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
I mean, it doesn't. It really does
This
not.
doesn't look good. Yeah.
No, this is not a pleasant way of spending the morning. So queen a6
No, I
followed
just
by
wanna
queen
say-
a4.
Yeah.
I just want to
Nice.
say it's very unusual for Levon to do this to himself, because I mean, he does like, I mean, he enjoys non-standard positions, and my eye was also drawn to the move king e2 because, you know, the knight on c4 continues hanging, you seemingly are forcing some concessions here, but he also is a very, very clean calculator, and I mean, it's difficult to miss queen a6. You could maybe miss queen takes a4, but once you get to queen a6, king f3, just how happy are you with your position in general?
Yeah, I think you're taking
it's,
too many risks. By the way, when we talk about really great opening players too, for me, Levon Aronian, his openings are outstanding. He especially his e5, his black e4, e5 positions. He knows so well, so in and out. I wanted to turn some time ago. I'm a Caro-Kann player, so forgive me in advance. And if you're going to play this variation as white, I always thought that queen d5 was the way to go. So I'm just kind of curious as to what happened after queen a5. Of course, the whole idea behind queen a5 is you want to protect the f5 square and develop your bishop with a tempo. I assume this came quickly, c2, c3.
Somewhat quickly, not instantaneously. And I mean, having played c3, of course you expect MVL to play d4, but his next move is, yeah, I kind of had to look twice at the screen because this...
Knight d2?
Yeah,
what is that?
Well, he wants to play knight c4 and then queen g3, or the other way around. Because obviously bishop e7 now will force us to commit to a square, and I think the square is quite clearly g3. And then we play knight c4, and we've taken away some squares from the black queen. I still don't really believe this is anything much. Let's say I go queen d8 here, and I start pushing for the c5 break. If you play knight d6, first of all, I don't think pawn grabbing will work very well. I think I should actually just play bishop g6 here. Because, yeah, the difference in development is starting to become kind of really alarming. Queen b6, knight d6, c5 here or something.
There are a lot of pieces on the first range, aren't they?
So, yeah, you know, now that Tom and the rest of the esteemed gentlemen who so fantastically produce our show have included my FPS into the language of chess, even though originally it was from a different board game altogether. I do want to say that, you know, c3, d4, knight d2, knight c4 does look a little bit FPS-y here.
It's very FPS-y.
What is the knight doing on c4 that wasn't doing on f3? A strange maneuver for our eyes, Alejandro.
But honestly, maybe white just didn't have anything to begin with.
Special.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, I can imagine just you just get on with business, right? You go bishop e2.
But then nobody really, like with the bishop on f5, these types of caros, or you know,
super solid.
Yeah, black is just fine. Black will develop, play c5, and things will.
Well, fair enough. And the lifetime result between these two players is astonishingly in favor of Shaq. Big time.
Yeah, it's a big time problem for Bashir. 2 wins, 7 losses for the Frenchman against Mamedyarov, 19 draws. But it's always been a problematic matchup for MVL. And I don't think he has very much with this move knight d2. He's just trying to get a game. I actually played around with it a little bit. The move bishop e7, the engines think it's okay, but just break in the center. If you want to play c5, do it while the iron's hot. Knight f3, d2 doesn't really help white's development.
Right,
yeah,
so why not
sense.
play c5?
Yeah. And then we drop back to c7.
And then you take advantage of the fact that there is no queen g3 just yet.
Yep.
Knight c4, queen c7.
And bishop f4, queen c6 is a very solid square for the queen. Another advantage of having played c5 already is giving us the square on c6 to jump to if required. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could very much
c5
see
looks like a very good counter in the center. Very, very nice. Pardon me, we haven't... we're used to seeing this, by the way. Lanier, great opening theoretician, blitzes out his first 18 moves rather a la tempo, and then comes the 45-minute, followed by the 20-minute thing. I mean, one thing isn't enough. You get the two long things back to back, and so that he gets into time pressure by move 30, right, Alejandro? That's
I mean, it doesn't really matter what the opening is. It feels that Linear will be in time pressure somehow or another.
Exactly, exactly. In Bogdan's game, Richie's just played the move knight e2 to g3, and I think that's a...
Seems logical. The big question, of course, is, as Alejandro was saying, bishop e6 is very much telegraphing that e6, e5 is coming, because the only reason to put it on a diagonal, which is kind of blocked by the white structure, is to try to blow that structure up and to increase the pressure against it with the pawn break in the center. And you know, the two ways for white to complete development in this position are knight g3, which Richie chose, or exactly as Yasser is pointing out, g3, bishop g2, with the intention of just recapturing on d4 with the knight. I think this is where bishop b6 kind of shines, because you take on d4, and if you take with the knight, I'm quite happily taking on d4 twice and playing knight b6, bishop b6, with a very comfortable, this is completely unplayable. Endgame probably is slightly more playable, but still I'm probably preferring black there.
Which is why Richie eschewed g3 and instead played knight to g3. Maybe in order to be able to meet e5 with simply capturing, or there is a knight f5, there is a knight
I'm
e4.
trying to figure out if there's something something exciting here that you can go for, some kind of a sacrificial play with knight f5 and then something, or bishop d3 and then something. But it feels like we're not developed enough to start sacrificing pieces, honestly, with the king on e1. So I have a suspicion we might actually just have to take on e5 and play that endgame. I assume black takes on d1 and then on e5, and not queen takes e5. Yeah, and these are rare, actually legitimately rare footage of people in the players' lounge, because normally the players' lounge is sort of off limits to most everyone apart from the players and the arbiters.
So this is sort of like their relax room. They can go get themselves something to drink, to eat. Nobody's talking to each other. I mean, that's strictly forbidden, of course, but they can look at the monitors and see if it's their moves or not.
Nobody's talking because I'm not playing in this tournament.
Well, there used to be a smoker's lounge. Now they don't even. Now it's completely forbidden in the playing hall or anywhere near. I'm still kind of liking Richie's position a little bit, because.
Yeah, after e5, what are you guys analyzing? Why can't I take on e5?
Right? No. That was the ending that we were just kind of.
You take with the knight.
A knight takes you.
What?
Oof,
sorry?
Yeah.
Queen takes d1, knight takes d1.
That is important.
Oops, excuse me.
That is important.
And then suddenly, whoops, that bishop on b2
knight
is playing.
Knight g4 actually does win the pawn back, but after e6 you're not going to be liking your life all that much.
Exactly. This bishop on b2, to my eyes, is really radiating some intense energy down this diagonal, whereas I don't think the bishop on b6 is its equivalent. That kind of maybe puts the kibosh on e5.
And that's why rook d8 was played by Bogdan.
Rook d David 8, and
to have the option of e5d and just knight takes e5, protecting the queen on d6 with the rook on
But
g8.
now I'm loving your ideas of knight f5 and things like that.
Yeah, we can definitely
like maybe
explore
it's time to play bishop c4.
Oh yeah, bishop c4 is a very attractive
and e5 can be met by knight f5.
Yeah, specifically taking away the square, the e6 square from the queen. Because,
now it's starting to feel like things are at least going in white's favor. Not that bishop c4 is the automatic or anything like that. It just feels like white has a greater influence in the center.
I'm wondering if, you know, simply because of the lines that we're showing and similar lines, if maybe black could switch it up a little bit and go for a different pawn break, starting with a5.
Okay, so
trying to provoke b5 in reply. I don't know if b5 is forced. You can definitely make an argument for queen b3, but at least if you play queen b3, I get to trade some pieces on the queen side. I get to offload some of the material. I still don't know if I equalize or not, but I think black should welcome in this position an option of
trades,
getting the a file off the board, so to speak. Yeah. And if you play b5 instead, which I think is the default setting here, trying to keep as much material as possible on the board, I want to meet b5 with c5 and try to undermine the white center in this way. It's still risky because we still have this bunch of pieces on the queen side which aren't in the game, which very much makes me want to start sacrificing stuff just to prevent black from developing properly. I don't know exactly how. Even the move d4, d5 here is maybe not entirely insane. Probably doesn't work, but I think I can sort of explain the reasoning behind it. Right. Even though it will not work tactically, I can explain why I'm attracted to it.
Well, because of these sleeping queenside pieces. Yeah.
And also I would like to have access to the f5 square. So e5, knight f5 at least gives me some kind of a hope for a mating attack on the king side with my Horwitz bishops.
Very nice. We'll keep an eye on that one, and let me just go again back to the Levon game for a moment, because this is, as Alejandro has been explaining, there's a sequence of moves here that really will put white to the test of fire. Queen a6, setting up potential discovered checks, seems to
pretty much force king f3.
King f3, and then and now queen takes a4, queen takes a4, and knight takes a4. There is the previously brilliant b2, b3 winning a piece is not so brilliant anymore.
Yeah. You get the feeling white probably saves the game after king e2 here, re-establishing the threat of b3 and also preparing, if you take twice on b2, I do have the rook b1 counterplay.
Is that so clear though, Peter? There is
clear? No, there is bishop
a3. That was a...
Yeah, but there's also knight a4.
Knight a4 is worrying me much more, actually.
And
knight a4 and then king c7.
Has taken a 20-minute thing.
That's a lot
this
of pawns.
Critical... Yeah, well, that's three connected pass pawns on the queen side versus none. That's what I call a majority.
That is very much a majority there.
Yeah, a very nice majority. So that's not the bailout we wanted.
Yeah, but then the b2 pawn is just gone, right? And there is no constructive or non-constructive way of protecting it here.
Right.
Yeah, this is trouble. 3 against none. I mean, you will have. I mean, the knight on f5 is a very beautiful piece. The rook h8, bishop f8. Yeah, the rook h8, bishop f8 complex is not very active just yet. But I mean, it's still going to be down a pawn and 3 connected passers on the queen side. If they start running, this spells trouble. And I think Alireza is thinking simply because he is just trying to figure out what he's missing. I'm pretty sure he's found queen a6, queen a4 by now, and he is, and at that point his thinking is sort of twofold. A, he is double checking whether he is missing something, and B, I think after queen a6, king f3, he can very much be excused in spending some time trying to investigate whether he has something even stronger than queen takes a4, because the king on f3 is awkward.
Exactly. Yeah, queen a4 is at least a good default option, if there's not something even more attractive. So looking good there for Alireza. Let's just see rook d8.
b6 has been played by Linear. He just took half an hour to make it.
Yes, exactly. And again, let's make a different decent pass for just a moment. h4.
I do want to say that if we wanted to play h4, we could have done it on move 21.
That is true.
It could have already been there. So.
Yeah. And we do have this check that...
g3.
g3. And
queen
this
d2,
this is the move that I had really put a great deal of... I'm hitting everything.
Yeah, it's extremely awkward. I was like, every time you bring this up, I think, okay, I will play king g2 here, you'll take on c3, and I will find a way to do something. But like, what that something is apart from a perpetual.
Exactly. So,
I'm not entirely sure what that something is.
Exactly. I think that is the perpetual that's coming here in this game. It just feels to me like Linear has got this worked out.
How do you make a draw if I just go like G4, G5, G6?
G4, G5,
Queen D4.
G6. I guess.
Yeah, you can actually.
Well,
yeah, you can, I will take on H4. I think. I don't think I'm not allowed to take on H4 there.
Is it a mate? I don't think it's a mate.
No.
Well, G6. The question is what we play against. Like Queen G5 check. Are we very happy with that? Because the king is very far away. It has to be calculated, right?
But
I go king f3.
And
but
A6.
But aren't I a pawn up in this ending?
Yes, but.
It's a count,
are you
right?
sure?
It's a race.
Are you sure? A6
1,
king e4,
2,
b5 takes 6 king
3,
d5. I think that one you definitely
5,
lose.
6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 4. And what do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 4. So you definitely win the race
With
white. But let's jump over to Bucharest and a report from our team there. Hello, everyone.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I just want to give you guys a quick report about what's happening in the playing hall, as well as what I feel the emotions are between these players. And I want to start with the game between Aronian and Firouzja. One thing that I want to mention, first of all, Aronian was late to the game, so he definitely spent a lot of time preparing for this match, but it was Alireza who surprised him. And I don't think he liked that. I don't think Lev liked that. He spent a lot of time all the way to this move, king to e2, the big blunder that you guys were mentioning. After knight to d1, queen to a5, this is all theory, and still 15 games have been played with knight to c3. Nobody played this move, king to e2, but he immediately played king to e2. My understanding after king to e2 is that he only calculated queen takes a4, and he was just trying to catch up on time, because at this point he had 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock. His opponent was just blitzing every single move. 1 hour and 33 minutes for Alireza. So I think he was just a little bit upset about this situation on the clock, and he wanted to catch up, wanted to take the tempo back on his side of the court. Now, on the other hand, Rapport versus Deac. Now, they're following a game of Deac, and Alejandro was mentioning that. The game between Deac and Gupta. Gupta was with the white pieces, and we know that Gupta is a very, very good theoretician. So, interesting fact is that Rapport probably is not aware of that game, because he's been spending a lot of time. He's been trying to find new ideas. Now, the big question at this point, this was the tabby of this game, after knight to d7. This is a big moment, because in that game between Gupta and Deac, Gupta played the move g3, and immediately Deac responded with the move a5. a5, b5, and c5. The problem is, if he would have repeated this, he would have been worse as black, because after c5, bishop to g2, not the move that was played in the game, d takes c5, but rather bishop to g2 would give white quite a significant advantage. Now, it's a big question whether Deac would have repeated what he played back in those days, back in 2018. If he remembered that game 4 years ago, he was surprised, obviously, from the opening, and he would have repeated. Now, also, in the game between Nepomniachtchi and Dominguez, I have to say, I was walking through the playing hall, and Nepo is just all over the place. He's boosting. He has a lot of confidence. And I think that's very significant, because he prepared a lot, the Petrov, with the black pieces for the World Championship match, probably with the white pieces as well. He has a lot of residual understanding and opening theory from that match. But the way you prepare for this type of matches is you not only go through the opening theory, but also you go through the middle game theory. You try to play that middle game countless of times. And I think this is a significant advantage that Jan has over his opponent in this particular game. I think Dominguez has a very, very difficult defense ahead of himself. What do you guys think?
Well, thank you for that, Christian. We just saw the move Queen G4 by Jan, and it's always nice to pick up the tells of your opponent. Your opponent gets up very confidently. Paulo Gajewski had a way of getting up from the board and adjusting his jacket to say,
Yeah. And then there's this. I will misquote it horribly, and I will be very ashamed. But there's this famous story, I think, about the game between Tal and Fischer, maybe, where I think maybe Fischer sacrificed something in a Najdorf, and then Misha got up from the chair and took off his jacket. And after the game, Fischer said, I calculated everything apart from that.
Up till the jacket coming off.
And that was my undoing. Yeah, the fact that I did not expect Misha to take off the jacket. Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Right.
The undercurrents, so to speak.
Exactly. I've seen that at the tells. Alejandro, did Ali Reza find the variation?
Well, Queen A6 is quite obvious, so he did get that far. The issue for me is, what is he going to play now? I have an engine, and the engine just wants to take the pawn and go into the endgame. But I was taking a look at this from a more human perspective, and I found a couple of moves that I thought were pretty attractive, because I started playing around simply with starting with the move knight b3, just going and hunting this king down. Of course, you cannot take on b3 because of knight d2 check, and I was asking the engine, okay, what do you do against knight b3?
It looks very compelling.
And the engine wants to go king g3, or king g4, doesn't matter. King g3. And I said, well, why not check? And he just hides the king on h3. There's no problems. And I thought, why not knight cd2? You have things like queen e2 coming, c5, queen, this looks like checkmate, even b6, queen c8 looks dangerous. And the engine just chills. He wants to play knight g3, queen takes h7, give me the pawn. I don't think humans look at this position and think, yeah, I have a great position with my king on h3. And perhaps there is some instinct that you should be able to convert somehow against this king. The engine finds absolutely nothing. Says that at some point you're just going to move the bishop and your king is going to be safe down the line because the bishop doesn't have a lot of moves. But it does give white a very significant plus. So I think that it is kind of a challenge, in my opinion, for Ali Reza here to not get baited into some kind of attack with knight b3 or even rook g8, and instead of focusing on the pawn on a4. Because when you see the king on f3, yes, of course you see that a pawn is a pawn and queen takes a4 seems like a good move. But why not try to checkmate that thing, right? It's on f3. It's pretty exposed. But I haven't been able to find a direct attack that actually works for the black pieces. The engines are very adamant about the move queen takes a4.
I understand the whole concept of knight b3, but I do like stopping the king from crossing.
Bishop f1 is a threat. I think if not for the fact that bishop f1 is a threat, rook g8 would have been a very, very attractive move. But bishop f1 is just
bishop
very
f1, and it's a multi-purpose move. Not only do you take on c4, but also when I go knight g3, I'm going to hide my king on g2, no problems there. So you would basically just lose after the move.
Bishop f1. Bishop f1 is sorry. That was why knight b3 was stimulated. Yeah, but again, without the engine as black, you do at least want to say, can I just capture this? This white king, it does look peculiar. Shaq, by the way, did play in against MVL the move c5. And
MVL took straight away, using the fact that really the only recapture. I mean, actually, that's actually not true, because you can take with the light piece and play before queen a4. You don't lose a full piece there. But it looks awkward, so it's understandable that Shach chose to take with the queen instead.
Exactly. And somehow also capturing with the queen, you kind of rescue the queen a little bit, gives it more squares.
Queen e5 check is legitimately an annoying idea here for white.
Most certainly, yeah. And it feels like black's opening... What did they say, the Soviet school? The black's opening difficulties are behind him.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, exactly. Black's, looks very, very good.
I think you have to play knight b3. I think.
Oh, sorry.
Just for one brief additional second. Yeah.
Yes.
I think you have to play knight b3 specifically to have the bishop b3 move in reply to the check. Otherwise, it's a bit annoying. And now queen g3.
And you just.
And actually, I don't hate this for white. Rook d1 or something. You could maybe even claim that some of these endgames might be a little bit more pleasant for white, but not by very much.
Okay.
Not by very much.
Fair enough. All right, just as we get ready for break, I just want to say that Wesley, bless his heart, did capture a pawn.
Yeah, I dragged you away from that position, didn't I? Not to allow you to show it, because it was heartbreaking for me that my chess understanding is so faulty about
more
this
training
Catalan.
is required.
By the end of the 2.5 weeks we'll have a Grand Chess Tour, Peter will be capturing every pawn available.
Very good. What's going on with Q Boutique today?
and
What's our special? Come on, Peter.
Today's special at the Q Boutique
Inspire us.
Is a super soft women's grey pocketed cardigan. Features the Grand Chess Tour logo on the bottom left pocket, and as are most of the items we're promoting during the streams. It is available at qboutique.stl.com, your one-stop shop for chess apparel, and other things of note.
And you get to support the stream as well. How cool is that? We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you, we are Ascension.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
And here we are, back with our coverage. This is obviously the shot of the playing hall. Spectators are there. I think it's always nice to play in front of a live audience, and you can see every day people coming in and watching this tournament, which is very, very pleasing to
packed hall for sure.
Notice. Yeah.
And this was round 3. How do we stand after the first 2 rounds?
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings, which still are reasonably streamlined. We've had 2 decisive games so far out of 10, and the 2 people who have won a game are up at the top there, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley. 6 players made 6 draws. Sorry, not 6 draws, 2 draws each. That's 12 draws, yeah.
Nice.
And Alireza and Shahriar are on 1 draw and 1 loss so far.
We have some tragic news I'm afraid to share, Peter.
Well, not welcome news at all. Yuri Lvovich, a man who I didn't know well personally, but I was privileged to know, and I'm sure you have also known him quite well. Yeah,
a few times. Fortunately, I didn't get a chance to really spend as much time with him my trips to Moscow as I would like to. A titan in the world of chess, a centurion.
Yeah, and he did make it to 100.
Fantastic.
But sadly
passed away today.
Sadly passed away today. Our condolences to the family. And yeah, he was an absolute giant of the game. He was one of the world's foremost authorities on all things to do with endgames, composed studies. He would still come to tournaments in Moscow even in his late 90s. He was a kind of a fixture, just sitting in the analysis room and talking about chess. His eyesight was failing towards the later years. He wasn't as active analyzing with players and so on. But yeah, he was a gentleman, and as I said, privileged to have known him.
Yeah, for me, I must say that I was kind of raised on his 5-volume endgame manuals, and he had a book. I think it was Tactics, a book by Averbach that was very, very popular in the United States. And I feel very sad for him.
Something
condolences to his family.
A slightly, lighter reference, but he was such a household name in Soviet Union and Russia that he actually made it into a pop song at one point, because he used to have a weekly TV show called Chess School with Yuri Averbach. And there was a pop song when I was a kid which made reference to that TV show, and everybody knew what he was talking about. The singer, like he was definitely enough of a household name for that show to be included in pop culture.
Outstanding, extraordinary, and again, our condolences to his family. You will be missed, and I believe the only international grandmaster ever to become a centurion. Lilienthal was rather close. I mean, Viktor Korchnoi was long-lived, but not even in his 90s. So a loss, Alejandro.
Yeah, I think that every chess player has grown up on Averbach games and Averbach studies, and we've known of the Averbach variations, and he's just, you can't state his contribution to chess enough, not only from a playing perspective, but I believe he was also heavily involved in Russian chess. I believe he was the head of the president or the chairman of something of the Soviet chess for, a better part of 5 or 6 years in the 70s.
He definitely was very, very much involved, and all aspects of chess, and was also from all accounts an extremely nice person. Yeah, not a good day today.
Not a good day. Alejandro, before we found out that tragic news, there was actually a kind of a funny moment you had shared with us in the game of Ritchie, where bishop c4 provoked e5, and the computer said to you, "I'm going to teach you something, sonny boy." And then you said, "Okay, what if I play bishop e2? Share with the audience what you shared with us.
So the way that we analyze this position is that black is cramped and definitely needs a pawn break. The most natural one is the move e5. You just played the move rook d8, hinting that e5 is going to be coming on the board pretty soon here. And for this reason, we thought, well, bishop c4 makes a lot of sense. In some ways, it disincentivizes the move e5 because now you have this strong diagonal. f7 is a little bit weak now that you put the rook on d8. Then I might come to f5. And the engine and Bogdan both thought, I don't care about this. E5 is the correct move in this position, actually helped by the fact that the bishop is on c4, because in some variations, when you take on e5 or when the pawn takes on d4, this knight might land on the e5 square, and that's a tempo against the bishop. That seems a little far-fetched, but the more I analyze the variations, the more it seemed like the knight coming to e5 was a bit of an issue. And it thought, the engine did, that to prepare against the move e5, just put the bishop on e2. The idea is that on e5, this endgame is surprisingly not so fun for black. I mean, it's not that surprising. But after castles on rook d1, black has a couple of issues here with filling up his development. You would like to play the move bishop e6 and just play rook d8, but because I castled and you don't have ideas of knight d3 anymore, this tempo, knight a4 hitting the bishop on b6 and hitting the knight on e5, actually causes problems for black. You don't have the ability to play bishop e6 so easily. You need to play something more defensively, but that gives up the d file. And it seems like tempo by tempo, the move e5 doesn't quite work when the bishop's on e2, but when the bishop's on c4, the big difference is, of course, that after e5 pawn takes, knight takes, you're already hitting this bishop on c4. Thank you for the tempo. And it just kind of works out for the black pieces. There would be some spooky lines like knight f5, but the engines think, knight f5, are you kidding me? I just told you my knight's going to e5 eventually. Thank you for opening up the bishop on c8 to eventually attack the knight on f5. Actually gives black a clear advantage after the move queen c7, simply retreating. A little baffling as a grandmaster that the move bishop c4 encourages e5 and it's not the other way around. But the Romanian player is fully taking advantage of that, playing the move e5, and according to my slightly stronger than this engine, he's equalized the position.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. And I did see that in the game of Levon Aronian. After that think by Alireza, is there any way that we can take advantage of the king being on f3 and trying to checkmate? Alireza finally said, no, I'll take the pawn.
Yeah, he's found the right sequence, and I think more importantly, he realized nothing stronger exists in the position. I don't think, I mean, queen a6 is the most natural move in the position, and queen takes a4 does kind of invite itself, but there was that temptation that we were talking about of trying to go for some kind of a mating attack. But
yeah, catch this king on f3 somehow.
But he's correctly estimated that there is nothing particularly great in any of those lines. Has taken on a4, and Levon is now thinking again, which is a bit worrying for all the fans of the Armenian Grandmaster and the American Grandmaster now, because I think the longer you think here, the more you realize the young game after queen a4 is unattractive, and the more I think maybe he will be tempted to perhaps try to keep the position complicated by keeping the queens on, which, as we've already established, might just be lethal. It just shouldn't be done here. You have to, you know, without much joy, you have to bite the bullet here and go queen takes a4. We've discussed it a little bit on break with Alejandro. I think the important move there after the capture happens, you have to play knight d4. I think the machine suggests reintroducing the idea of b2, b3, because now the b3 pawn will be protected after knight d2 check. And also, if black takes on b2 twice here, in this particular position, rook b1 actually is quite potent, because if the knight goes somewhere and knight takes c6 will happen.
Come with a check.
Will happen, yeah.
Like last time the knight came and we had to deal with this, but knight d2 check, but knight takes c6 is a check.
And then I guess an intermediate rook c1 after the king goes somewhere.
Exactly.
Black is still better. I believe after knight d4, the engine suggests we can spend a tempo instead of taking on b2 twice on move 22. We can spend a tempo on rook h8, g8, adding an idea of knight d2 check, rook takes g2 in some positions. Black definitely still will enjoy the better of it, but game still is very much ongoing here. The advantage is not as big as you maybe would have suspected, considering the fact that the b2 pawn probably actually gets lost in some of these lines. But yeah, a kind of a failed opening experiment there for Levon.
By Levon with this king e2 business. And what do you have for us, Alejandro?
A couple of moves here in the Fabi game. We went off air and we didn't really fully explain the pawn sacrifice, but it is a typical one for the Catalan. You see this pawn on d4 has disappeared after the moves bishop g5, takes, and notice that the bishop's on g5, not on f4, slight difference there from the other lines. Queen takes d4, rook d1 looks very natural. Queen a7, knight d2, and surprisingly, this has already been played 3 times. My former student, Francesco Rambaldi, actually had this with the black pieces. The engine says zeros as usual, but I think it's much easier to play this position with the white side. Very clear goals of putting the knight on c4, pressuring the queen side, the bishop. Could retreat to e3 on a good day and harass the queen, and that's why Wesley decides to put the knight directly on d5. The engines are not in love with this move, because after the move bishop takes e7, if you take back with the knight, then you kind of run into both knight c4 and knight b3. The idea of controlling the c5 square is just such an important detail in these positions that play really revolves around it. Black wants to get in the move c5, white is preventing it at all costs. Sometimes you don't even want to take on c6 because it frees up black's position. Now, of course, in this position, you can't do that at all. But after the move knight b3, the engines are loving white's position. If instead you take bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, you have the slight issue that after the move e4, I think you would like to keep this knight on the queen side, but it's not easy to do so because knight b6, I'm going to kick it again with the move a5, and on c7 it's just totally dominated by these 2 pawns. It would probably have to retreat to the f6 square, but then I go in knight c4, and again, problems with the b6 square, problems with the a5 square. You are up a pawn,
right?
But it's probably the only good thing about black's position. It does seem to be slightly slight suffering for the rest of the game here for Wesley. I don't think that he's fully equalized. The engines don't like his position. He is up a pawn though, so on a good day he'll be able to return it for equality. But that's pretty much all you can hope from this one.
Yeah, that normally is what the play revolves around. In order to finish development, you very often have to try to basically entice white to take on 6 in some way, to just trade away the knight on b8, and then you connect the rooks and you finish development and you're okay. But even that, as Alejandro said, white very often will be very entitled to say, no, thank you, I would like to just continue putting pressure on it. I'm not that interested in restoring the material balance just yet.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, that specific position, knight b6, a5, I really dislike. I think knight f6...
Which was strange for me because I didn't dislike it so much.
Really? Knight c4?
Yeah, knight c4, and whether I play rook a7 or
queen e3,
c5.
C5,
I'm going to get in
e5.
c5. I'm going to get in c5, and you're going to get in e5,
yeah,
right?
So I go e5 here, just
right. Fair enough. Fair
c5,
enough.
queen e3, rook d6. I think you're kind of lost, no?
Well, unless I get a knight c6, my dream.
Yeah, like,
how do I do it? I don't know.
Rook d6,
rook d6,
rook a1. I mean,
yeah.
I would kind of. If this was my position, by this point I would think, okay, I'm close to winning. I'm close to winning. Rook g1. You just don't have
this is
squares.
the type of pressure that the Catalan gambit, is just ongoing. It just keeps playing, and black is always a tempo or so away from pure equality. But that was why I was trying to keep the knight over on the queen side.
The one I was wondering about was specifically knight f6. I think Alejandro said knight c4. And I wanted to play knight d7 in order to be able to meet knight a5 with knight e5. And
in this case, it's a tempo.
This one didn't seem that disastrous to me. Knight a5 is, of course, by no means forced. You can make any kind of a sensible move here. A4, a5 is probably not horrible. Queen e3 makes sense.
Queen e3, queen f4.
There's a number of things here which make sense. But also, if I get a6, e5 here as black, I do somewhat effectively, minimize
neutralize the bishop.
Not having to worry about the light square bishop on the long diagonal is a good thing.
Yeah. Just funny that the best move in this position is queen f4 provoking e5.
Yeah.
No. Because Peter is just finishing, giving this eloquent explanation why the pawn on e5 could be an equalizer.
To be honest, midway that speech, I kind of figured that I'm lying.
Lying. Too strong.
Word.
Wow. And by the way, you can join our discussion anytime you like.
Call out the lying.
Right? Yeah.
Call out the lying.
Stop the lie.
Yes.
Stop the lie.
By using the hashtag Grand Chess Tour or tagging the account @Grand Chess Tour, and we will be happy to reply to questions. And there is, in fact, something to reply to.
Here we go.
Ilpo Kuisista, apologies, asking, did you start playing the Grunfeld because Kasparov played it? Very much so. Yeah, I was very much every chess-playing child of the early 80s, I mean late 70s, early 80s, I picked up the game, I think when I was 6.5, so that's like 82, 83. We grew up under, under the absolutely overarching pressure of watching Karpov-Kasparov play each other for, month on end.
Right.
And you had to choose a tribe.
Right.
And I chose the tribe very easily and very early. I was very much Team Kasparov, and I did try to base my repertoire in as much as possible on Gary's games. So yeah, that was a very easy yes as an answer to that question. Without
King's Indian 2?
No. I tried later. I tried later in life, and it just didn't agree with me. It's just I can't play that old
There's
thing.
a personality conflict with the King's Indian. And by the way, Gary will be joining us from Bucharest in about a half hour. Alejandro, did you have, chess heroes that you followed their repertoire and you played the same thing they played just because
not so much
they were world champion?
Not so much repertoire as style, I would think. I would like learning from a lot of players. I really was of the Karpov type of, squeeze them. Kramnik was a big influence in my repertoire, if I had to put it that way. But Kramnik played almost everything, so you could really narrow it down to Halifman's treatment of Kramnik's openings, if you put it that way. So I did have a lot of chess heroes. I think everybody grew up on them, analyzing their games and studying their style. But I'm very confused about this, some completely different subject. I'm very, very disturbed about what's happening in our chat on YouTube, because we had a poll. Who would win in a chess boxing contest between the 4 commentators, Cristian, you two, and me? And the surprising part is I got 8% of the votes. I'm not sure if you guys know, but I'm like a head shorter than everybody that has mentioned.
I'll take the under on your...
Also,
8% of chat is just wrong. Straight up wrong.
I'm going to go with Christian on this one. I think
the man actually...
He works out a lot. Yeah.
No, but also I think he actually did MMA at some point.
Exactly. He did MMA for years. He did jiu-jitsu. I don't get out of bed for any of these things.
8%. And our poll says, All right. Well, I'm glad I'm not part of that chat.
You are.
No, you are. You got like 23% of the vote.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you very much. My money's on Christian, by the way.
Yes.
Lanier.
Yeah, he's back in the tank here after Queen G4, and also we had a bit of a discussion, somewhat surprisingly perhaps, we had a bit of a discussion during the break on the, once again, returning us to the language of chess.
Yeah.
Because there is a very specific name that is used in Russian for the type of a line that and the type of an idea that Jan is showing today, which is basically, if you use more than one word, I can explain it, but it's basically a line where I assume with precise play your opponent will make a draw, but you do get to check whether he knows how.
Okay.
So it's just called the check.
The check.
Yeah, it's you're checking a check for knowledge there. But I don't know.
I remember an MVL versus Sergei Karyak in Berlin, which was like a check. There was only one way of making a draw, and Sergei found like 15 moves in a row.
He probably knew. I don't think he.
Yes.
I think he actually had to remember.
Yeah, that was it.
But
the check.
Yeah, clearly Jan is checking today, and I have a feeling Linier will actually succeed. But Linier spent, we were told, 28 minutes on the move b7, b6. And he is already 20 plus minutes in the tank on after Queen G4. And also, I wanted to say, we briefly mentioned the fact that Jan played h3 and not h4. And Alejandro was actually even suggesting to play h3, h4 later. But the move Queen f5, g4, I think, gives a very clear indication why h3 was chosen over h4 in this position, because it does give White this additional opportunity to ask their opponent, which endgame would you like here? Do you want the rook endgame here? Do you want to continue keeping the queens on? But if you want to continue keeping the queens on, you will probably have to trade c2 for c4, which is not something the black wants to do necessarily, because
that a trivial.
Yeah, the pawn on c4 is definitely the healthier, so to speak, of the two.
No question about it.
So I think it has to be the rook ending, and my current preference here is to go rook d2. I assume rook c1. Rook a2 exists, but I don't know what it does. And now I want to play rook d5.
Rook a2, rook d1, rook b1 is a way
Yeah.
not to win, right? It's a way to try to lose.
Yeah, rook d5 creating a very important threat of rook a5, rook a1, b5, and black suddenly maybe even better. So rook b1 is important. And now I want to go back to d2. In order to play for a win, you will have to play rook b4. I want to take on c2 and play a6 here. And I want to suggest that this is very likely going to be a 3 against 2. Even though now I look at this position, rook b4 exists, right? Rook b4, b5, we take, we go rook b3.
Not easy for you to get a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, making it as difficult as possible for black to actually get a 3 versus 2 on one side. And then I want to play f3, king h2, king g3, queen, king f4, and so on, and ask some questions.
Right.
And I have a feeling that
Is there
defended carefully, this is probably still a draw, but it's not a fun one to make.
Right, and I liked everything you did up to here regarding the check. Right,
Yeah.
I like that terminology too regarding the check, and I was wondering if maybe we shouldn't just wait for you to get to
King
kick
f1,
the
king
rook.
e1, yeah.
To kick the rook, right? So we get something like this,
And then we go rook d5.
and then you go rook d5, and
Yeah,
that whole variation.
that actually is a, hang on, but we don't have rook d2 anymore, right, after rook b1.
I'm sorry.
I go rook b1 and we no longer have the rook d2 option, so we have to play maybe king g5 and then f3, king f4 if f3 gets played.
Absolutely.
But f3 probably doesn't get played. I want to start with rook b4.
So go ahead and.
Also, I want to ask you, are we sure what the evaluation of the pawn ending after rook b5?
Rook b5. Yeah. You want to you may want to double check that. Probably not.
But probably fine. Yeah, I was going to do it on the previous move and then
Exactly.
on d5. But I have a feeling it probably loses for white rather than wins, so I'm not going to check too hard.
So in Russian, it's called a check. I want to get check the line. I just want to hear you check the line. Yeah. King h7. But you're right. This rook ending, if you're going to go into it, you have to play it. Be prepared to play it very precisely.
Yeah, it's trickier than I thought because that entire long force-ish line that we
you have been looking at
that we've pointed out, not the king h7, king h6, which I don't dislike at all. I think you're probably right. I think that's the way to go. Even though, yeah, I think it probably is the way to go. Activating the king is very rarely a mistake in rook endings, but. Yeah, the one that I showed you earlier, the one that ends with the pawn on c3 versus the pawn on b5 and the rook on b3.
Like something like this
No.
with f3?
No, the other one. Let's stay here. But the one I gave earlier, I thought it was just a very easy draw.
You do
but
have queen takes g4 on the board by linear. And again, he did go into a 20-minute think for the move b7, b6, and that was followed by another 20-minute think, and maybe even a longer.
Maybe longer.
Longer than the two 20-minute thinks. Alejandro, jump right in and tell us about our co-leader, Wesley So.
Well, it seems that after the move knight c4, the engines were not thrilled with this move because they think black doesn't have to take on g5. I think that's okay too. But they also have the option of putting the bishop on g5 and asking a pertinent question. This might become a pretty fun game. Because if you do go bishop c5, which is not forced by any means, you're asking the question of this bishop, of how are you going to defend. And e3 is possible, but after h6 or f6, you're kind of trapping this bishop. And it starts becoming dangerous. There's rook takes d5 ideas, but I don't think this is Favi's idea. He doesn't usually go for things like bishop c5, e3. I think he'll go e4.
Okay.
And just sack this guy, but you can take it.
It's a couple of pawns.
It is a couple of pawns. It does ask where this this knight is going to go, and it's not actually so easy. Knight f6, I think, just gets mated, takes on f6, takes on f6 and e5. The engine saying this is just way too much attack. Queen is coming to g5, bishop's coming to e4. They still have a chance to defend with the move bishop d4, but it's not quite enough for black.
Right.
And instead, after the move e4 takes king g2, you could consider instead bringing this knight back to b6, taking advantage that if you take on f2, knight takes c4 is going to be just fine. But the engine simply continues. Knight e5, even encouraging you to play f6. The game could come absolutely wild. f2 is hanging. f6 is apparently the only good move in the position, which is surprising because the main threat of white, knight g4, knight f6. I mean, there's a lot of hidden resources in this position. I don't really know if this is going to happen. I hope Wesley plays bishop c5. Unfortunately, bishop takes g5 is also available, and the agents think that is fine for the black pieces. I would love to see the move bishop c5, e4 on the board.
I think it's unlikely. I think you spot quite easily that the move e4 exists, and just realizing the option exists is enough for you not to get involved, because it looks very risky. You do have, you know, a bunch of pieces completely undeveloped on the queen side, which is what is making this attack so potent. It's just that white has just a lot more of their forces already in play compared to what black is doing here.
Well, we're going to have an update on our language of chess, Peter. What have you done for us?
Yeah, I've corrupted the very, very simple chess term, which meant attack the king, and now it means something else altogether. Yeah, I apologize. I will stop. I will stop with the introduction.
But we like FPS. Come on.
But I really like the...
We've got the fancy play syndrome, the FPS. I didn't know that. The IQP, everybody who plays chess knows about the IQP. Did you know about the loose piece drop off? No.
I did by this point, because some of my co-casters have introduced me to the concept. I think it's John Nunn's books which introduced LPDO.
LPDO. Zugzwang, Zwischenzug, and Zeitnot are all very well known. We like the Z's in chess, don't we? We like Luft as well, another German word that I have always enjoyed. I make Luft in such positions.
Yeah, Luft is a good one.
Patted myself on the back.
It's easy to explain moves, right? A Grandmaster H3. Oh, why? Luft.
I mean, I gave my king air.
But there are no rooks on the board.
Luft. No rooks on the board, and you made Luft. Nice. I like bishop c5, but you know, the strange thing is when Wesley gets that lead, he avoids the risky moves, and moves like a6, a5, far more in Wesley's style of play once he gets a lead. Once he has
I think Wesley in particular, I think, is extremely unlikely to play bishop c5, because his spidey senses will be very much tingling there and telling him that this is, you know, way too much risk to be taking, even if the computer might suggest that it's still playable. I don't.
And let's check in. You like this? Just check in with Romania and Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. First of all, I just want to say that I'm very worried and upset about the poll that just happened on YouTube about Peter actually besting me in chess boxing. We will talk about that.
No,
but
we will
let's
not.
get right into some
there will be no
these
talking.
games.
I won the poll, and there will be no...
and Mamedyarov. You did win the poll. That is true, Peter. You did win the poll.
Marks of Queensberry rules.
Anastasia, tell us a bit about this game, MVL versus Mamedyarov.
I think it's just an interesting battle in the sense that now I think Black managed to equalize more or less, and after Queen e5, perhaps White could accept the fact that he didn't get anything, not so much out of the opening, and perhaps just to exchange the queens. But then decided to play something different, right? I mean, he deviated, so he played bishop f4, queen e4, and now actually he cannot make castling at this moment. And after queen f3, I think Black has quite a good option to play something like queen c2 and keep the queens on the board. And I was just checking some lines, and one of the most, let's say, the easiest one, like if White takes on b7, the move e5 can follow, for example. And here we go. Now all the action starts. Actually, I was expecting something out of this game, but thought that it will finish in a draw pretty soon. But I think that now that the queens are still on the board, we can see some action later.
And I really like this dance between the queens, MVL not accepting the fact that Mamedyarov wants to exchange the queens with this move, bishop to f4. Big tension in this game. But I don't want to talk about the game between Aronian and Alireza, because after queen to a4, queen a6, queen to a4, now it seems like White is, and Aronian that is on the verge of losing. Now, this is becoming a trend for Levon. He blitzed that move king to e2, and I just want to point out to a couple of recent examples of what he did in the American Cup. Let's start with the first game against Ray Robson. That was actually the second game of their match. He won with the white pieces, and then he had to defend with the black pieces to win the mini-match. And at this point, in an innocuous English opening, he played this immediate move a5, allowing rook takes c6, after which he's pretty much almost lost, at least from a practical perspective, and he played it very quickly. This is what worries me about Lev right now. Also at the American Cup as well, which just finished a couple of weeks ago, he had this position with the white pieces as well against Dominguez. This is a classical time control. He had an instance in the rapid as well, but in the classical at this point, it does look like white maybe has some sort of an attack on the king side. But then he played this move, bishop to b5, bluffing, allowing black to go bishop to d7, take full advantage of white's strange play up to this point, and lost a very easy game. I just feel like Aronian is trending negatively, especially in the opening phase, and I'm really worried about that for himself. What about you guys?
No, you're making very good points that of late Levon has had these, I'm not going to say senior moments. I'm 39 years old is not exactly what we would call a senior, but he's been vulnerable.
Yeah, and also coupled with the time management of both in the opening and now the apparently almost a 40-minute thing after queen takes a4.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to wonder if this is what is going to bring him the leadership in this tournament.
By the way, what is the record for this time control? I mean, in the old days, they had 40 moves in 2.5 hours, and it wasn't crazy that people spent an entire hour on a single move. I do believe Korchnoi actually spent 80 minutes on one single
What's
move.
your record?
Oh, no, I was very good. I had never had anything more than, say, 30-minute, 40-minute thing.
Okay.
I never went that deep. But 40 minutes with a 90 move time control, that sure strikes me as a huge percentage.
Yeah, he just dislikes his position severely, and understandably so. It's just not a good position. And I think as an added layer there, I've been in his shoes reasonably often, so I can sort of reconstruct the feeling. You're sitting there, and on the one hand, you're trying to figure out what to play here.
Exactly.
You suspect you will have to end up, taking on a4 and struggling in an endgame.
Right.
But as an undercurrent to all that, to the calculations over and over again, looking for equality, which is perhaps isn't there, you also sit there and kind of curse at yourself. Like, why? Like, what stopped me from thinking for more than 30 seconds about king e2? Why did I take on f4 if I don't know exactly what's happening there? Because it makes the game much more concrete.
No,
and so on.
Self-flagellation is very important.
And you know it's extremely counterproductive to do this.
Exactly. But you can't stop
But
yourself.
you still do it because you're just so annoyed that this is your position by move 20 with white, out of which 16 were theory, or maybe 19.
Right.
And this very much, I think, is at least part of what is going on there. Because yes, of course, he's still an extremely strong player, an extremely experienced player. We should not write him off. Reza will find it still quite difficult, I believe, to win this game.
Yeah.
But definitely part of what is going on here is that process of self-flagellation and self-loathing, maybe you can call it, which is
as a chess coach, Alejandro, you're constantly telling your students, not to beat yourself up. You're going to make mistakes. Chess is a tough game. Chess is a cruel game. How do you stop yourself from wasting time with this self-berating?
I think it's just very tough because it comes naturally. You realize that you've done something wrong to your position, and the worst part is coming from a better position to an equal, and then stopping yourself from ruining it completely. And that psychological issue is very hard to do. And I felt that players that just play, doesn't matter what the position is, they just make moves, have a higher chance of not falling into that psychological trap. Whereas players that are used to burning time, Levon is usually not one of those. But players that you love burning time, man, they get into their heads. And they come up with incredible moves after 45 minutes of thought, where you realize, oh, they haven't actually been thinking of the position. They've been hating on themselves for 40 minutes of the 45-minute thing. And what they come up with could be just a completely random move, which is what scares me here for Levon, right? Because if you don't take on a4, that king on f3 will be hunted down. So you have to take on a4, but at this moment, he must have realized that like 35 minutes ago. So what is he spending the rest of the time on?
Right.
Yeah, and we might have one of the more quirky repetitions in world chess and in the MVL Schach game.
Exactly. When we left it, Anastasiya said, well, if you go queen c2, queen takes b7, black will endorse these complications that come after e5. MVL says, you're right, I'm not going down that path. Yeah, I'm going to play bishop d1 to kick
d1 is a cute little move, yeah. Queen takes b2, actually losing the queen to bishop c1. That's a very nicely spotted idea by MVL.
Right.
Of course not missed by Shahryar, who immediately responds with queen e4 check. And I think bishop e2 actually is very logical here, because taking on e4 and giving the black bishop the access to the long diagonal, I think is illogical.
Exactly.
I think black is very happy about
not
about
allowing
this.
bishop f3.
And alternatively, taking on f3 would have been very, very strange from Shahryar, giving the white bishop access to the long diagonal.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah.
So I think like nobody plays king f1 here in the current position, and bishop e3 also just doesn't look right, because knight e5, for instance, forces the trade that you're trying to avoid, specifically on the e4 square.
Precisely.
So it feels like bishop e2 is I mean, white is not worse after queen takes e4, but I don't think white is ever better. So I think just going bishop e2 here and saying, yeah, this is a draw offer by this point, would you like to?
Yeah.
Is sensible.
Indeed, and a very unusual, as you said, quirky repetition. I like that. That's
yeah, and in the meantime, I think Richie may have done something, at least to my eyes, he might be in a lot of trouble now after e5 takes d4. I just hate this position for white.
Well, Richie played a Richie move. That's what he does.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's good, if it's bad, it's risky and it's fun and he goes for it. And that's what I like him as a chess player. Is this move good? The answer is saying no, but that's going to be fun. You guys can try to find some variations in this move.
We like capturing on d4.
And it forces white's hand, because you cannot capture back on d4 here. If you go ed4, ed4, the engine just has knight e5, boom.
Splat.
Splat. And that makes sense once you put it on the board, right?
Yeah, made into, oops. Why did Deac put his bishop on b7? Peter, let me explain. I got this. Yeah. Look at that. Checkmate. Knight e5 is a very visual move, which means you're going to play bishop
f7. Yeah, you have to
f7. And I assume you want to hang around.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, you want to hang around to tickle this bishop and keep this queen honest.
Yeah, for the moment, pawn takes d4 is just not playable. So you have to find something else.
So we have to go knight c4, I guess. Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm assuming we're taking.
Takes, queen e7, and I'm supposing queen e... Why aren't we losing here with white?
Losing is strong.
Yeah, like, I mean,
I have the same question, actually. Why are we losing?
I can choose bishop g8, I suppose,
Bishop
right?
g8 is correct.
Yeah.
No.
Not only is it correct, it's better for white.
No.
Yeah.
Bishop g8.
And that's why,
what a move.
That's why you shouldn't trade on
e4.
On e4, because it gives white access to the
G8 square. So we just drop back
immediately? You just drop back,
But that allows knight g5.
It does allow knight g5, and the game continues.
It flares anew after knight e5?
Knight e5...
We want to stop... Well, actually, we don't... Yeah, we do have to stop knight e6 check,
Yeah,
right?
I stopped checking with the engine. I only know the move knight d5 is the one that's correct, not knight e5.
Knight David 5, wow.
And perhaps an easy move to miss from afar, right? Because knight h7 looks like it's mate, then you remember the f7 bishop is no longer defended.
Oops, there's no electricity between these guys anymore. But knight d5, you know, you would think knight e5.
Yeah, I still don't know. I guess bishop e6 maybe here. And then we take on c8 and we go knight d6 check. It's very confusing. Yeah,
knight e5 also good.
For black.
For black, yes.
Yeah. Wow. So Richie might find himself in a little trouble. Is it crazy to castle?
Yes. Next question.
No, because knight e5.
Yeah,
Excuse
95
me.
protects everything. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just thought,
castling that way.
yeah, yeah, but knight e5 is actually just protecting every. I don't have time for knight
No, this
e4,
is-
and I'm
yeah.
not getting my pawn back. Ugh. Wow, e5, queen b3 is on the board, and Richie could be in trouble.
Yeah.
Not a surprise.
He is constantly pushing the boundaries of what is possible in the position. And he may have pushed them a little bit too far here, honestly. But yeah, we'll see. It bodes well for an exciting game because the types of complications we've just described are going to be very much fun to watch. It's just that perhaps you shouldn't be fighting for equality by move 13 in that line with white. But
Exactly.
there you go.
As we suspected, Wesley did not play the very enterprising bishop to c5 variation. Instead, there was a trade and h7, h6, and not too many moves. Again, Wesley pawn up at the moment, but again, this is this Catalan pressure, as we say, for the pawn. Should we post up on d6? What do you think, now that the darks where bishops are traded? Does this make sense to you, or do you want to?
I want to drop it back to d2, go rook ac1, e4, and kind of go for the similar types of compensation that we were describing earlier.
Exactly.
Also, I'm currently attacking the pawn on b4 with the queen d2 move because I want to play e4 and then just take on b4 next.
And
Exactly.
we do have the draw between the MVL, in the Caro-Kann between MVL and Shakir Mamedyarov. We did see that repetition. The players decided, okay, I'm not going to give you the diagonal, so I'm going to give up the half point. And that is our first result of the day.
3 easy draws for MVL. It's kind of
Well, an easy draw with white is
yeah.
less of an achievement. than an easy draw.
Less of an achievement. An easy draw with white. What's happening in the linear ending? I mean, it went from opening to ending like that. And is linear getting his easy draw?
Well, it's a draw. Is it easy? I'm not really sure. He went down this line, took on g4, rook d2, and we'll consider pretty much all of these moves. Rook d2, rook c1, king g8. He actually went this way instead of h7, g6. The engines liked h7, g6 as a simpler way of making the draw, but they thought both are fine. King f1, king f7, king e1, this rook is evicted. Rook d5, rook b1, king e6, rook b4. This is the current position on the board. You're hitting this pawn on c4, so you still have some chances because you have the extra pawn, but it's not easy to get this king involved in the game. Actually, the engine wants to go check, king d2, force your king all the way down to c1. You could put it on e2, but I'm going to keep giving checks. If you ever go up here, I'll keep giving checks, and the moment that you step up to f4, you go rook e2, and you start hitting these pawns. So you kind of have to hide it on c1 where it's not very active, and then you just defend the pawn, and you ask white, how are you going to make progress? Your king's all the way on c1. You could solidify your structure here on the king side, but how do you actually move it forward? How to create a pass pawn, how to create any trouble? This rook is extremely awkward. It doesn't have a good way of making progress, and I think if you play a5, the move b5 is always going to be available. Actually, the engine says every move is okay. You could take with the rook, you could take with the pawn. Everything is fine. It's kind of annoying that the engine just draws it pretty much with every plan and every move that black has. It doesn't see any problems holding any versions of this rook endgame.
Wow. Nice point there. When everything draws, what can we say, Peter?
Yeah, when everything draws, nothing draws. I get it. when everything has taunt, nothing has taunt.
Exactly. And Levon, it looks like he's just frozen. He's just closing in on a 50-minute think.
Jeez. That's not Levon.
And that is not the Levon Aronian.
Yeah,
No.
You do have to start to wonder if today is just like there is something wrong.
Right.
Because
well, as Cristian mentioned, he was in the playing hall. Levon arrived late. It disturbed him that Firouzja was just banging out every single move, and he kind of wanted to catch up on clock. On time, he made this hurried move, king e2. I don't think he really fully understood the consequence that his king on f3 is going to be misplaced, and now suddenly he's like in a terrible position.
All of that I could still explain, but this position where honestly the moment you start looking at positions with the queens only, I think you know, somebody like Levon will know that's not great. And the fact that he's been convincing himself to play queen takes a4 for 50 minutes here, it really, to me, is an indication that today is just not his day. Something is kind of misfiring.
Well, also just to mention to those of you who may be late in joining us, again, shame on you. If you wanted to play queen c3 and play the position after rook g8 and think about it, I understand you, but your world's going to be shaken when you get the bad news that the chess engine thinks it's -5.
Yeah, it's -5. Yeah.
I mean, you know, like, that was a real shock for me, Peter.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, -5 I wouldn't have guessed.
No.
But I would very easily say that, yeah, you should not be playing this. It's not going to be good. Yeah, -5 did strike me as a very unusual,
really large number.
Yeah, assessment for a position which is still, after all, a position with equal material.
Yeah, and let's go to Bucharest as Cristian is with Shaq.
Thank you, Yasser. Shaq, first of all, yesterday when you came to the studio, you were completely befuddled by the engine evaluation and that you weren't winning. Did you get a chance last night to look over the game, and what are your thoughts after last night?
Okay, I mean, I think the game looks winning, and I think somewhere is a very big advantage. I mean, it's okay, it looks strange and king in center, but I think is my which I showed is 95 is opening, is move 8 is looks winning position for white. I mean, I check game, of course. Engine is okay, absolutely okay, not very good. I mean, just engine things safe. It's not absolutely normal to he played, but again, it's absolutely strange, and I think I mean. Okay, when you check after the game, you understand you are not very good player. Yeah, you're not very strong player because engine immediately play 100 times better than we all. I mean, because engine really is very strong now. Nowadays, is no any mistakes. But again, I believe it's not correct to play like this.
And just to make you feel better, also when Fabiano came to the studio yesterday, he asked me about this game, and he said Shaq was completely winning, right? And I said, no, it was more or less equal the whole game. Yeah. And he was completely shocked as well. But let's get into today's game. It was quite an uneventful draw. How did you prepare for this game, and what was your approach?
Okay, we played with Maxim about 5-6 games in this variation, but first time I play this knight f6 against him, I check his game against Sergei Karyakin, and they played Sergei played queen e5 and c3 bishop f5, but here is Maxim played queen f4. Of course, I preparing for this line. But he played queen h4, which, okay, of course, I analyzed this one also, but a little bit forget because it was not in top 2-3 moves for engine. But after queen h4, okay, I just tried to play solid moves, knight d7, e6. I mean, it's absolutely normal moves. Knight d2, okay.
Did this move surprise you at all, knight d2?
Okay, a little bit, yeah, because, you know, this position is not my position, yeah, not style, also a little bit is very boring position, but after knight d2, knight c4, of course, I don't like if I will play bishop b7, after queen g3, knight c4, yeah, I mean, I don't like this, okay,
back,
yeah, I think it's better to play something
a bit too passive for your
taste. Yeah, of course, he is also, like, is okay, but I lose to tempo, queen e5, queen d8, and I think maybe it's bad. And I just play c5. After c5, of course, it looks normal for black. And if knight c4 is just queen c7, and bishop f4 is very important. Now I have queen c6 move for this reason.
Because your pawn is no longer on c6, but on c5.
Yeah, I mean after take, Yeah, it's also is very interesting line to take c5 with, I think it's also with knight c5 and bishop. Why not knight c5 is good? I don't know.
Knight c5 seems knight b3 would maybe...
take
because
bishop
take,
b5 mate.
and this is actually a mate in white.
Yeah, I
Which
think
is
it's only
quite
before queen a4, you know, knight b3. Oh, knight b3 is very good. I just think bishop is knight is also possible to take, but queen c5 looks very solid because it's just to play bishop b7 castle, maybe it's long castle. I don't know, maybe a few years ago if I played this game, maybe long castle also I tried to play that because, yeah, I mean, it looks also interesting, but I understand it's...
Did you seriously consider this?
Yeah, of course,
point?
every time. Every time, if I have to choose too long or normal castle, I try to think which one is better. Every time is short castle is better, but I do many times
it's
long.
More fun.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, why not? I mean, it looks very interesting, and also this tournament situation is. I mean, normally you need to play long castle, not after one lose. But castle is okay. Looks very good. No any problems, and queen e5.
And were you surprised at this point after queen f3, queen to c2, that he repeated the moves at all, or were you already considering your position to be
I mean, here is,
better?
of course, I think it's 1 minute about this, and I think it's okay. This position must be very good because no castle, and I can take b2.
And this is exactly what
I mean,
Anastasiya was talking about as
yeah,
well.
I mean,
this move e5 just creates a lot of problems for
no, of course, yeah. I mean,
practical problems.
Yeah, but okay, I need to. I can also play some moves. It's also draw, but queen c2 because it's no long castle. Also here, if change is no long castle, and if take now bishop and bishop d5, and is absolutely good position. Normally, it's no problem. I think it's absolutely normal game.
Shaq, who do you play tomorrow?
Is Bogdan, yeah. I mean,
Bogdan.
Yeah.
How are you going to, without revealing too much, you're going to have a white. How are you going to prepare for that game?
Of course, he played very good. Last year, he also played very good till last rounds. Yeah, I mean, he lost on the last 2 games or 1 game. I don't know. I remember he played very well. But this year also, he still played good. Of course, he's not easy opponent. But of course, we need to try to play for win. Somewhere we need to win, yeah, some games, and if you want to play good. And for this reason, we will try, and I think it will be a good, interesting game.
Shaq, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Shaq, for sharing. We're on Levon Aronian watch as we prepare for our break. 59 minutes and counting.
Yeah, cresting the 1 hour mark.
Wow, but we have
down to 13 minutes, if my eyes don't deceive me. Yeah, that's
a shocking,
really
for me, development in the game of Nepo and Lanier.
We had the exact same reaction, like we both with Yasser here, as we were listening to Shahriar give his press conference.
We saw Lanier play what we immediately assumed was a losing move, like double, triple question mark blunder.
Yeah,
we were expecting.
Machine says pawn endings are also a draw, even if you're a pawn down. Don't fret.
Yeah, we were expecting.
Stop with the fretting.
Yeah, check as prescribed by Alejandro, the king will come to d5, etc. So we were all assuming that was going to be the case when suddenly and shockingly, king d5, allowing an immediate king and pawn endgame where a pawn up. And I have my mouth open in horror as you're pointing out that the engine said 0.
And not even with only moves. Basically, as long as you don't commit any grievous mistakes here,
right?
You're completely fine apparently, because the white structure it's very difficult for white to actually create a passer on the king side, and the threat and the threat of a b5 break locks down the white king so efficiently that white is not worse, but white is also not at all better here. It's just a draw.
So this optical illusion of being a pawn up, because of this b5 business, these pawns doubled on the queen's side makes all the difference in the world, and it's actually a draw. Remarkable
After
stuff.
F4, I'm wondering if it's still a draw. I think
it is.
But black starts pressing, right?
I think it still is, yeah. But it's really quite shocking just how much of a leeway black has in this structure because of the fact that the G pawns are doubled. It's not really. It's not maybe even so much about the passer on the A file, because the machine also just goes A6 and chills. It's just that it's so difficult to create a passer on the king side that you have to you have to commit to a lot there for white, and the black king is just more active.
Exactly. And by the way, Levon is alive. He did not go into a coma. He did trade the queen after a long thing.
The correct decision has finally been reached, because the more you think there, the more I think, in particular for us watching, the feeling was that he might just talk himself into something out of his desire not to play this endgame. But the correct decision has been reached. He also, the recapture of the queen was never going to.
It was not a doubt, and he did it immediately. And this is the whole point. When the king was on E2, this capture did not work, B2, B3. But now with the king on F3, now with the king on F3, the desired B3 simply walks into a fork, means that white is going to lose this pawn. And now it's up to Levon to figure out how to make this as difficult for his opponent.
And he left himself 12 minutes against an hour here I mean, they made a number of moves here. It's not move 12 or something, but he still has about 20 moves to make, and he left himself, as you can see on your screens here, 11 minutes and a half.
And he didn't play immediately after queen takes
he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't even make a move.
Another move, right?
Right.
No, this is like I'm legitimately thinking he is just not particularly well today.
All right, and we will sneak in a break, and we will see you on the other side for this round 3. And on the other side of the break, we have Garry Kasparov to join us.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go play yours at visitmo.com!
And welcome back to our coverage of round 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic. Here's the view of the playing hall. We have one game already over today, and 4 games still very much in progress.
And this is our standings.
Yeah, but of the people tied for first currently on your screen, Maxim has played 3 games, and Jan and Wesley are still in play today, so they have a game to spare, so to speak.
And Shakri are also having played, having the draw as well. The game of Levon has just kind of mystified us, Peter.
It is baffling what's happening, and you kind of want to ask him what's going on, but you also don't want to ask him what's going on, because the feeling is really the answer. We will not really enjoy the answer. It really does look like something is not quite right.
A series of long things for Levon has led him into a position where, count them, those are 3 connected pass pawns for black on the queen side.
He's played king g2, and somewhat not surprisingly, because I was about to blunder a piece. I wanted to suggest a5 with the idea of meeting bishop takes e6 with bishop before check.
Right.
But then rook takes b4 and bishop takes a4 would just win for white. So
exactly. So because of bishop takes c6, as you were pointing out, that's the threat. We do have the move knight b6. I must say I'm a little bit surprised by the move knight b6. I kind of like the knight hanging out here.
Well, the pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and
now rook a1. I think this is what he didn't like.
Now rook a1.
Yeah,
but
trying to provoke b5 and play knight d4. I think this is what he was trying to achieve, like king c2 here, for instance, maybe.
I see.
And then b5, knight d4, and try to attack those pawns. I suspect it maybe is still playable. Maybe knight d4 I can play king b6 and then rook c8 or something. And because of that, maybe king c2 is the wrong square, because this appears to protect everything, actually.
Just in time to protect everything.
So maybe I should choose a smarter square after bishop before check. I'm not sure a smarter square exists.
Do you have a smarter square?
Exactly. Yeah, this is why I chose c2. but maybe. I also would have preferred to keep it on a4 if at all possible.
If at all possible.
Yeah, and king c7 is a very, very pleasant move to be making, but I'm guessing something didn't really satisfy Alireza tactically. I don't know exactly what.
Well, just having said that too, there's absolutely nothing wrong with knight b6, because king c7 is always on black's agenda, and well, even now, at least this bishop on g2, which is biting granite on this long diagonal, is now eyeballing an opportunity
but black
to go.
will just play f7, f6, I think. Like king c7, just for example, I'm not sure if those are the best moves, but we go king c7, we meet bishop h5 with f6, and then we start pushing on the king, on the queen side. And the moment those moves a5, bishop before check, a4 start happening, white will have to abandon whatever counterplay that you are claiming to have here on the king side and just start defending. And once you switch to defense, you kind of know.
3 connected pass pawns. The writing is on the wall. These 3
very much is.
Yeah, it's all play on one goal as Levon goes down badly, I would guess, at this point. What do you have for us, Alejandro? What's caught your eye?
Well, we were looking at the endgame between Nepomniachtchi and Linear Dominguez here. After the move b takes a5, rook a4 was played. And king c6, giving up the c4 pawn in order to keep up one of your doubled pawns, but it is an important passer. And after rook takes c4, rook c5 came on the board. Still, these pawn endgames do not favor white. You cannot take on c5 and claim a win. So you go rook e4, and this is the current position on the board. Linear has 6 moves to make. He only has 4 minutes to make them, though. That's the most dangerous part of his position. The computer still thinks he's okay if you go king b5, start pushing your pawn down the board for counterplay. 4 minutes and counting for Linear. So this can get sharp very quickly. There will be possibilities of pawn races. So he needs that time at some point.
And just to remind everybody, they blitzed out the first 18, 20 moves. So Linear really just, regardless of the position, somehow he gets into time trouble.
It's just his specialty, right?
It's his specialty. But king b5 is too natural a move not to play, as he seeks to put his pawn to good use, a5, a4, a3, and cause white to be distracted, Peter.
Yeah, you could make an argument, maybe even sort of preempting it by playing king c1 here, because currently I think, I'm not sure, but I think the idea for black would be to meet rook e7 with rook g5. And yeah, Jan chooses a different way of stopping rook g5 by, I think, just stopping rook g5 is the point here. He wants to have access to the idea of rook e7 without having to worry about rook g5 as a response. But yeah, it should still be fine for black with precise play, but precise play is hard to come by. And in the meantime, in the game between Richard Rapport and Bogdan Deac, we actually got to a position we were kind of laughing about in the break because King f8 was stronger than King h8, but I was...
King h8 was your move.
But I was very much advocating for King h8, saying I don't quite understand why black isn't much better after King h8 anyway.
Right.
And e4, bishop d4 was exactly what I was suggesting. Black is... I let the engine run here a bit. Black is fine, but it'll... If Richie plays correctly here, and from on yesterday's evidence, he will play correctly here,
right.
It will become an unbelievable mess, which, you know, navigating and assessing will be very, very difficult. The best move here is long castles, which I think is not even that difficult to realize, because you do want to get the king away from the center, you do want to establish the spin, and knight e5 is by far the most natural move in this position.
Sure.
To which white responds with knight ce4.
Knight ce4.
Yeah, knight ce4.
Wow, I thought the knight was going to come and attack the bishop, but knight ce4?
Knight ce4, we take on b2. White recaptures
check.
with the queen, not the king.
Obviously.
Yeah, knight d3 check has to be played. We take on d3 and we take on f6. And at first the engine suggests this is much, much better for white. And then after some thought, it goes queen d6 here.
What?
Queen d6, yeah, attacking the knight. Also, the knight cannot be dropped back to e4 because, as Yasser is correctly pointing out, queen f4, queen takes f7 will be a strong threat. Knight 6 h5, creating a somewhat telegraphed threat of queen takes g7 mate. Machine goes queen f8. The bishop drops back to, let's say, b3. Machine goes c6, c5, and says, let's go.
That's crazy.
And says like 0.1. The last time I've seen this on my screen, it said 0.1 here. So,
I don't know who I want to kill. You, the engine, Alejandro, just somebody.
Leave me out of this one. I had nothing to do with this one. That was all Peter.
This is terrible. What
is this line?
I got like 20 questions everywhere, and I'm still confused. And at the end of the day, Richie material ahead, but is.
Not enough, I guess.
It's unclear, yeah, because the king on c1 is very unsafe, and bishop g4 is also a very, very important source of counterplay in these positions. And the reason I, you know, spewed this long computer line at you was that specifically...
Well, it had a flow.
Yeah, but also, without it, I was entirely baffled by the idea that black is just not just much better, and I just needed, for my own personal sort of education and peace of mind, in the break, I just needed to figure out why... Because
it wasn't true.
Yeah, because when I saw queen b3 on the board, when Richard played queen b3 on move 13, my immediate reaction was I take on d4, I don't even bother with king f8, I put the king in the corner where it cannot be attacked, I recapture on d4 with the bishop because it's comfortable, I play knight e5 next move against most legal moves. And
life is wonderful.
Yeah, look at how harmonious my pieces are. Look
the
at
bishop is nice, the queen, the rook. This guy's coming out here.
And then Alejandro told me I'm much worse here, and I just needed to figure out why, because it just didn't make any sense to me.
And you got tasered as well. Look, knight e4, fine. That whole bishop b2. But could I ask, why aren't we attacking this guy? Or are you dropping back?
Maybe queen is 7. Maybe there is some c6, c5 somewhere. I have no idea. I only checked knight e4 because at some point it was screaming that knight c4 is winning. So I had to know.
Oh, is this is true or not? And what a variation!
That's hard.
Right?
It's hard on so many levels.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of stop right here because you've already got 2 minor pieces for the rook, and then you go, whoa, whoa, whoa.
It just makes a couple of very quiet defensive moves.
The queen d6, queen f8 maneuver is so difficult to find because
come on.
You want to grab that bishop, put it on f5, and mate the guy.
Right,
and then you realize the bishop doesn't have squares.
And there is a mate on g7.
And there's a mate on g7.
That needs addressing, and c5.
Yeah, you do need to start opening up some files on the queen side because you have to play against the king on c1. And then bishop g4 with the intention of taking on h5 and creating additional counterplay. That way starts happening because you will get some squares. Like if the
and there we go, long castle on the board.
Yeah, that was expected. That
one Richie was not going to miss. The thing is, both players are actually significantly down on time. Remember that they just got out of the opening. They haven't accumulated the amount of moves that, for example, Linier and Nepo have on their board. Deac is below 20 minutes, and he is on move... What move is he on? 16?
Yeah, and I want to say in his earlier games from rounds 1 and 2, Deac was taking a lot of time. We saw him actually going down to seconds, 6, 5, 4, before completing the time control.
Linier left himself less than a minute, but he doesn't have that many moves left to make. Although the position has become incredibly sharp. I've been looking at this as well. Because Linier just left the pawn on g7 there to be taken.
Yours.
And my question is, if I do take on g7, I assume you play a3.
I do.
And I want to play king c1 here.
Not even rook check.
No, I just want to get the king over to b1 and then start pushing my passers, because the 1a pawn is not going to queen as long as I have the king in the corner.
Okay, so let's.
I just want to go king b1 here. Just to make sure it's
Whoa. Yasser Seirawan not taking the pawn on c3.
I'm going to take
what
the
is
pawn
going on?
I'm taking the pawn on c2.
I'll take both of them. I don't get this line. Why are you guys going king a4? Just take on c3.
Take on c3.
I don't know, f5.
a2.
You just take on g2 and then go back to f2.
Yeah.
Those aren't really running as fast as or at all, really.
They're rather slow.
Actually, f6, I'll go king a4, f7, king b3.
Sign my score sheet. Yeah, well, that's it. A3 is.
Rook g7 is on the board. Yeah, I assume
G7.
A3 is the intention.
And A3 is on the board as well.
There is the option of playing rook b7, rook b1, but I really hate it. I don't like putting my.
For me, the fantastic thing about the engines, instead of the move a3, somehow rook d5 check is also a draw. A move that I would never in my entire life consider.
Because there's a rook d1 check and king takes an a2?
I think that's the trick, that when you go rook d5, king c1, a3, rook d1's an actual threat.
Yeah, I was about to suggest rook d5 in some positions, But
just to show what we're talking about to the audience, in this position, it's kind of a puzzle rush moment, if you will, and you have to find the move rook check. King takes a2. And this rook simply cannot get back.
And this is why there is a pawn on a5. This is the entire point of having a second pawn on the a file, so that the rook cannot really protect, catch the passer from.
Doubled a pawns. They're not bad.
Not bad at all.
A3 on the board and king
c1 also on the board. And I think the Linier is down to his last 30 seconds.
So we should probably watch.
Rook takes c3 has to be.
Yeah, rook c3 is the most obvious move. Yeah,
and it's one of many drawing moves.
Really?
a2 draws, rook d5 draws, rook c4 draws, rook c3 draws, king a4 draws.
Could you tell me why rook takes c3, of course, but why would a2 draw?
a2, king b2, rook c3, same trick.
Same trick. But at least this time I get to take the pawn on a2. It's like. Okay, rook takes c3. One of apparently numerous ways for black to draw the game. And what move number is it?
He's got 2 left.
37, I think, right?
This is 38
already.
He's got 2 left.
Yeah. He's going to be okay here,
He'll
I
be
guess.
fine.
Yeah, because his moves are now becoming easier and easier. The decisions become much more streamlined. You go a2, you take on c2, you take on g2, and you hold.
Right.
Against most things, I would suspect.
We've spoken about the time controls and this one having the 90 minutes with the second time control. I'm talking about the old days of 40 and 2.5. One of the things that absolutely changed everything in tournament chess was the increment.
Yeah.
I mean, up to that moment, players like Walter Brown, literally with 40 moves to make in 2.5 hours, would spend 2 hours and 29 minutes to play 20 moves, and then it would just be a mad scramble. But with the increment, those time trouble merchants, as you call them, were really bailed out, and it changed.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Because I've recently had the same conversation on air, and there's definitely some people who sort of severely dislike the idea of providing this bailout to players. Like it's your time, and it's up to you to manage it properly.
Your responsibility, right?
And also, as spectators, we are you know, you can argue we are somewhat deprived of
the spectacle.
Yeah, like some of the more visceral things you can watch in chess. You know, somebody struggling on the last 30 seconds.
Right. Because I was not one of those time merchants, I was absolutely angry that players like Alexander Ivanov, who would always get himself in time trouble, was now getting an extra, and I don't think it was 30 seconds either. I think they actually gave him like a minute, you know.
A minute?
Yeah, I mean, it was like, or even 2. I don't even know how it happened. By the way, G5 was an attempt by Nepo to mix things up, but, well, there's nothing very quickly. A2 was played.
A2, King B2, Rook C2, and now after King A1. I think the cleanest way to make a draw is to take on G2 here, GH, Rook H2, and then come with the king to B3, and white will have to start giving checks so as not to get mated on the back rank.
Agreed, wholeheartedly. Rook takes G2, grabbing a pawn, and...
But I suspect many other things also hold. Like H takes G5 probably doesn't lose either, but I just don't see why we need to bother with it.
Just one trick that, you know, if you think you're going to sneak in a victory with the move King A4,
GH, that would be bad news, yeah.
And King A3, and you're expecting resignation due to, oops, it's not resignation.
He's got HG, but...
HG.
Yeah. It's all the same. You can't really give mate on the queen side because white always has a check from the third. But the necessity of giving that check from the third very much stops you from achieving any progress on.
By the way, I just have to say, Rook takes G2. I can't understand why he didn't play Rook takes G2.
Yeah, because I think this is just as comfortable as the other one. You go King B4 here, F5, Rook F2. Like, what's your problem?
Very good. All right. So as time control has been made in this game, we'll go back over to Alejandro. And Alejandro, when we were on break, we were wondering, has Fabi taken too many liberties?
A little bit too many trades, in my opinion. We left off the game here, more or less, after bishop takes G5, queen takes G5, and the move H6 came on the board, queen D2. Oh, sorry. Queen D2. And A5, and we saw this position after E4, knight B6 takes on the board. And the edges were not a huge fan of trading off these knights. And it kind of makes sense, right? This knight is a powerful piece for the white side. And black is trying to untangle, trying to get to that D7 square. So the engine is thinking, all right, put the knight on D6 and just crunch the black position, hopefully get a pawn on E5 and anchor that guy on the dark square. Or play the move knight E5, which immediately targets the pawn on C6. And this allows black from getting access to the D7 square, not just because the C6 pawn is hanging, but because the knight on E5 controls D7. But I find knight takes b6 to be kind of a strange move. I think that after queen takes, he must have completely forgotten that the rook can actually escape the corner via a7 and d7, because I think the moment that you hit upon that idea, this looks very difficult to play actually for the white side for any kind of advantage. The only reason you're doing this particular variation, you're playing for a win, right? And after e5, rook a7 did come on the board, and you can see how black is untangling. You put the rook on d7, the rook on d8, the knight will eventually rejoin the game. And meanwhile, what are you going to attack with white? This bishop is attacking c6, good for you, but what am I going to do in the meantime? Rook c1 is just not enough. He's played the move queen f4, rook d7, and he's gotten rook d6, trying to create counterplay in this position. Rook fd8 might come, and you will have a pass pawn on d6 eventually, but will it be enough to hold the draw? Because this is now what Fabi is playing for. He is down a pawn, and the engines don't think he has enough compensation. Let's go to the linear game, as we are expecting that to be a handshake.
King b5, no.
Any moment.
No. That's, I think, wrong stylistically. You have to capture the last pawn at the same time. You don't have to, like, this is not right.
Now he has to make a move.
You have to play king b5, king takes f4, and then king takes a5, king takes f3.
Yes.
I very much disagree with this.
Naked kings. And
Jan did end the game with more time than he started with, but that's with the addition of the 30 minutes, so it doesn't... He's done this in his career without the addition of the 30 minutes, so it's less impressive than some of his early efforts.
Very well played game, but it's also just felt like so much of that was at home preparation by both players.
Absolutely.
Funny, we didn't curse ourselves. So yesterday we were analyzing the game of Shaq, and they'll never play this. They'll never play this. They'll never get into this
And
variation.
today I just straight up said Richard will play all of these moves. and he has.
Yeah, and knight CE4 as televised.
And it is worrisome that Deac has 11 minutes in this position. That's not a lot of minutes to figure stuff out. It's just so complicated. And as you were mentioning, Peter, this is almost all fours, and there's so many tempting variations in this position for Deac to calculate, right? Do you throw in knight takes c4? Do you throw in bishop takes b2 check? At what point do I go knight d3? Do I find this move, this crazy line of going with the queen back to f8? That's so much to calculate when your clock is ticking below 11 at this point.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for him in particular because, let's say, knight takes e4 right here. It doesn't look stupid at all, but after bishop takes d4, you are in significant amounts of trouble, and you have to assess it correctly. You have to figure out what's going on. And yeah, 11 minutes is not much for this position, definitely not.
No, and like you say, you're attracted to the move knight e4 because you're thinking you can bail yourself out with queen h6 check. Wrong.
Always runs into
wrong.
bishop e3.
Yeah, completely wrong. You'll always run into bishop e3. That is why this variation, which was our original variation way back when, we started analyzing all of these lines, and we got here, and when you produced this engine-generated variation, I was just like,
I would like to thank my elementary school teacher for teaching me how to read, basically.
Yes, exactly. exactly. This is really still another one of those, well, what can I say, Richard Rapport games that are just completely confounding.
It is, yeah. Wow. Very much continues true to form here, yeah, with a game that is very, very difficult to understand.
And Alejandro, how is our friend Levon Aronian doing?
Well, better than a couple of moves ago. Of course, these three passed pawns, they're still there, but he's found some sort of counterplay. He's planning on, after the move rook g1, somehow this knight got to h6, that's a different story. But he's planning to play bishop e4, rook g8, and just gobble up that pawn on h7 and say, you know what, this h-pawn, it's a source of counterplay. If you ever play f5, I'm going to take that pawn because it's on the light square, and it's not necessarily true the pawn's going to get there anyway. So it suddenly becomes a bit of a mess here. I don't think that the way Alireza has played this so far has been very good. First of all, allowing this knight to get here, maybe not correct. And second, what is the bishop doing on c5? Because here, the move bishop f3, bishop c5 seem to be okay. Sorry, this keeps popping up in this position. And after f6, the ancients really didn't like f6, prefer the move rook f8, a tough move to play in my opinion. But they really don't like the fact that you haven't started, pushing the pawns. You gotta push him at some point. And White is just regrouping his pieces. The king is already close to the queen side. You will have time to play bishop e4 and rook g8. And that passed h-pawn, well, at least something to worry about for black. So I'm not gonna give Levon's chances up for dead. But let's go to Bucharest as we have Cristian Chirila with a special guest.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, indeed, we are here with a very special guest, a man that needs absolutely no introduction, and that is the 13th world champion, Garry Kasparov, the patron of the Grand Chess Tour. Garry, welcome back to the studio. Yesterday, we were discussing about the Superbet Foundation. Tell us a bit about the partnership of the St. Louis Chess Club, Grand Chess Tour, as well as the very strong Superbet Foundation and the partnership they're developing.
Look, I think we are now enjoying a very comfortable situation as a Grand Chess Tour of having strong supporters on both sides of Atlantic. It's St. Louis Chess Club. It's the founding place of Grand Chess Tour and also the capital of the world chess. But now I'm pleased to say that Bucharest will be competing for the title, at least for the title of the capital of European chess. Superbet started with a rapid and blitz event here in 2019 pre-pandemic, then moved to classical event, and now Superbet is behind events in Zagreb and Warsaw, and it's basically covering Eastern Europe, so helping to revive the great image of the game of chess in the region. And I will not be surprised to see that one day Bucharest will be hosting, as St. Louis, both classical and rapid and blitz events in Bucharest, because they have very ambitious plans to turn Bucharest in real chess capital of Europe. So I think Grand Chess Tour now is in a very strong position, and we know that FIDE recognized it by accepting Grand Chess Tour events as qualification events, one of the qualification events for the next World Championship cycle. And I believe there will be more requests now, because when you have such a strong and solid foundation, others are looking at you with respect and envy you, but they want to be part of the success. Success story is always very attractive, and people want to be part of it.
I love it. And you were mentioning that Bucharest is becoming, or trying to become, the capital of chess in Europe, on this side of the pond. A lot of things have changed in Romanian chess. One big change came in the federation leadership. Last year, a new leadership has been appointed, and you supported that as well. How did that impact from your vision?
No, it's these things are connected. So the old leadership was, inept and passive, and had very little knowledge, if any, about commercial sponsorship and how to turn chess into the magnificent event it deserves to be. And with Superbet investing so heavily in turning Bucharest into a grand chess capital of Europe, I believe it was a matter of time before federation could also be led by people that share this vision and understand how to work towards this dream. And we saw the results. That the opening of the ceremony, opening ceremony of Grand Chess Tour 2022 took place in the so-called Ceausescu Palace, and it was one of the most magnificent events I ever seen in my life. And as I said in my short remarks in the opening, so that's chess has been returned to the place it deserved to be, and it's important that Romanian Federation is now it's a very important part. It's instrumental in working all the connections, because you have sponsors, but you also need the authorities, and you need chess authority behind these efforts. And unlike before, when Romanian Chess Federation stayed aloof to the biggest event that ever took place in Romania, now it's a part of this effort to transfer Romanian chess and to have influence for chess development in Eastern Europe and in Europe as a whole.
The progress is definitely very encouraging. Let's talk some chess, Gary. Which game do you want to start with? Maybe this one, the Aronian versus Firouzja, because, well, they actually played something very familiar to you.
Yes. I just, when I looked at the position, I saw this as the familiar framework, but I just couldn't understand what's happened with white pawns on the queen side. They've gone. So that's why I just wanted to find out what's happened, how Levon could have lost his entire flank. Right. Yeah, and we saw that in this position, Firouzja played g5. That's the move that was introduced by Alexander Morozevich. It's against me. It's in a chorus tournament in Deac in 2000. And I remember that's when I just saw them. I said, "Wow, it's really, it's an ingenious move." So and spending a bit of time, so I decided that instead of just playing bishop a5, and this is queen d4, some of the moves that look most natural here. So I played knight e3, and then
which became the main move.
Yeah, main move, and in this position again, Morozevich, he also played his first game in this line, and it's a very interesting position because it's so unbalanced. Typically, you have some sort of positional, patterns that you can follow. So you have pawns here and there.
Classical structures.
This is totally broken. I mean, this is you have to start comparing things that just
don't make sense.
Incompatible. Yeah. So. And you decide, so what do you do? So this is for instance, if black exchanges pawns, which have forced Morozevich to do, then, white maybe should refrain from castling. because then
H5, H4 is coming.
yeah, but also rook is here.
So this is
that's not good.
something.
No, he played
knight G4 first.
No, he played knight G4. He played knight G4 first, and I think I played A5 here, threatening A6, and then I think I played. I think
he took on.
No. He took on G3 here first.
After A5.
Yes, after A5, he took on G3 because otherwise rook A4. So played A6, but now I already had this. I think I played rook A4.
Rook to A4. Yep.
Yes, and it's I don't have to castle now, and eventually because my rook is already active here. And then there were many, then of course there were improvements, and I think it's this in this position. So there were many moves made because I looked at this position also for black. I think I think they play A5.
A5 is one move. Knight to C5.
Knight C5, A5. So there were many moves. It's complicated. So
Very
because
complicated.
black has its own counterplay because these pawns are weak, but for these pawns to be lost in just few moves, Firouzja play King B8, which is I think fairly. I'm not following the theory now closely. It's
some sort of. I think it's the second most played move, or like the third. And, still a new trend.
And then they played quickly. So Firouzja played King B8
very quickly. Yes. So
yes,
actually this is when Aronian started thinking. For a few moves, G takes F4, quickly played Knight to C4 by Firouzja, still blitzing out because we're still in some sort of theory, Rook to D1, defending against Knight D3, and now after Queen to A5, a very not typical moment for Lev came because he immediately played this move after thinking for 14 minutes up to this point, and Firouzja just blitzing out every single move. He played this move King to E2.
Almost losing.
Almost losing.
Yes, almost losing.
On the spot. How would you explain? Because obviously there's
no idea. Look, it's the instant reaction is what happens after
Queen A6.
Yes,
yeah.
Queen A6, because now King is forced to go on a free. Yeah, and then after Queen takes A4 and Queen takes A4 and Knight takes A4. So yes, yeah, he doesn't have B3 because of Knight D2 check. So that's why you need to push White King.
The king on F3.
On F3. Yeah, it's the natural move here would be would be of course Knight C3.
Knight C3. Yep.
Knight C3, and then I don't know, just it's not. I don't know if Knight takes B2, then I just Knight takes B2, I simply castle.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's then White has great position. Okay, still
very complicated.
Very complicated, but I would probably say White is doing fine. So yeah.
And interesting
Knight
enough,
C3,
after
what is the so
plus 0.5, a little bit better for White.
Now it goes Queen B6, so let's try again to go to the end game, but.
And I'm sure Firouzja still knew some sort of ideas in this position.
But whatever happens, this definitely, White could keep one pawn alive.
Yes.
So that's for sure. Because what's happened in the game,
But I just want to ask you one more question about this moment, because after Queen takes A4, for Black, at this point, Lev spent 1 hour.
But interesting, Firouzja after King E2,
yes.
Firouzja spent 20 minutes.
Yes.
I think he probably couldn't believe his luck. Why not? I think this is why nobody plays it in the King E2. I think in Blitz he would have played Queen A6 instantly because I don't see many other options.
Exactly.
But I think he was checking maybe because they won't play so quickly.
He played so quickly.
Maybe he's missing something. I think he kept calculating, but decided that no, it's good. I go Queen A6 and then I take all the pawns, all the white pawns on the queen.
What goes through your mind right now? You see this position, Queen A6, King F3, Queen takes A4, was played on the board, and now you spend 1 hour. What are you thinking about in that 1 hour? Are you just disgusted with your position, with your decision making up to this point?
Cursing.
Cursing.
I think Levon is. This is definitely cursing. So I think it's just he just.
Because if you don't take on A4, you're going to get checkmate.
Couldn't believe. Yeah, but here is just he played King E2. So was there any chance, just to go Knight D4?
Perhaps a better try.
Because if he takes on B2 here, then we can take on B2, take B2 and play Rook B1.
Yes.
And that's okay. And we take on pawn C6.
Because Bishop
is
A3.
Knight C2, yes.
Knight
He
C2,
cannot do that.
yeah.
So, but it's the Knight D4. So, because now we want to play B3. Because this Knight protect the pawn. Maybe this after Bishop G7 stick can play B3.
This was definitely the best try for
and this
for
is maybe Rook G8. I don't know.
Rook G8 seems to be.
Rook G8. Okay.
Knight D2 perhaps a slight threat.
Knight Bishop H3. But still, at this second, I don't lose the pawn.
You don't have to face three
no, but this
pawns
is still okay. You
side.
spend 1 hour. I think again it was most about cursing.
Yeah.
You can check with Levon when he comes back. Yes, but.
And now we got all the way to.
Wait. I just actually, I'm just sure.
position,
Just
right?
right. You know, just is the. Now when I just saw it, here is. Yeah, but can you take here?
Take, yes.
Take.
Yes.
Rook d1, yes.
Yes.
Bishop a3 still.
Yes. And now it seems like after knight c2, maybe knight
c4, because
right?
this is the. Yeah. Actually, there also was.
But perhaps with the bishop on g2, then I can go king to e2.
Yeah, exactly. But now I don't know what.
Yeah, this is a completely different story, right?
Yeah, but still,
you have to go king e2.
Still king e2, and still the knight c2 is still somewhat a threat. So yeah, maybe there's some sort of counterplay, because in the game, yeah, he just they played, and so this is the what do they know?
Right now they're at this point, and we're actually discussing this position as well.
So what I would start with f5 now, because just it's f5 and then knight h6, and then I just do whatever.
Try to push the pawns.
Yeah, start to push the pawns. So I just maybe I go king c7.
King c7.
I don't know, knight c4 check maybe. b5.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 pawns.
Three pawns.
Yeah.
Pawns. And you only have 2 on this side,
and they're
not moving.
Yeah, they're not moving.
They're not moving.
3, and this is just so. It seems that it's just it's bad.
And he did play the move f5.
f5. Yes.
He just f5 is on the board. 6 minutes for Lev. How would you rate your his survival chances, Levon's?
29 minutes into 3.
Not high.
Look, Firouzja had very good position yesterday, and he blew it up. But I don't think if he doesn't win this position, something is wrong. So
something is wrong.
He definitely has to reconsider his preparation style, because he was out of serious
for 5 months.
For 5 months. Yeah, but even if he's rusty now, I'm sure he'll deliver.
Absolutely. Let's jump into this game, the one between the All-American clash between Fabiano and Wesley. What do we have here?
We have, unless my eyes betray me, we have an extra pawn for black.
Yes.
So, which is amazing. So there was a quiet Catalan opening, and now it's just black has an extra pawn. So.
And what are the plans here for each side? I'm
black,
looking at whites.
Look, the plan is just knight goes on d7, knight goes on f6, and eventually we try to win this pawn.
Knight to e8, rook to d7, knight to e8.
Ideal, yes.
And try to win the pawn.
Win the pawn. So what white can do? So this is to bring bishop on d5. It's probably not working, because the knight c6, knight d4.
So you have to guard the c6 square.
Yeah, c6 square. Yeah, otherwise
you have to find a useful move right now.
We play b3 now. b3, but still, just I go knight d7. So if you go bishop to the knight of 6, knight d5, so that's I don't know how you.
So king to g2, but this is. So what if I just go king rook to d7? Okay, so now basically the computer is trying to gain some sort of play on this side with g4, which is very unrealistic, and g5. Yeah, and open up and try to find some rook h1 stuff.
Ooh, wow, rook h1.
But still.
Yeah, but king rook check, king also not playing, so
doesn't seem like much.
I'll be very surprised if there's anything there. So let's see how. And Wesley, well, it's interesting. Yes, there was a Catalan. That's the. I played it a few times. This line, and I remember that the. Actually, the first time I faced it against Korchnoi in candidates was black, and I think I played some horrible move like before here, restlessly. But then Karpov actually, this is when we played. It surprised me. Bishop b7, the idea, just to move back, and then I also played one game against Kramnik, so never had great results in this line. But now they have a new move c6. It's interesting. The idea is somehow to win the pawn. Yes.
Exactly.
Modern chess. And then a4 b4 and.
Get the pawn and try to survive.
And then just to be the pawn and they just pawn is a pawn. And it looks like a good compensation for white, but somehow he managed to lose all the.
Wesley might be on his way to get his second victory. There's something about him whenever he plays in the Grand Chess Tour. Did you have a favorite tournament back in the day?
My favorite tournament?
Yes. What was your favorite tournament? The one where you played just impeccable chess.
Look, for me it was more about periods.
Periods.
Yes, not about tournaments. So this is, I played Vikings. I played 3 tournaments. I played 3 times, won all 3. So in a row, there my results were getting worse and worse. +7, +6, +5. Well, steadily losing ground.
Right. Still easily winning it. Yeah.
Well, not easy, but winning tournaments. And I played many Linares tournaments. That's like a tradition. So not all of them. Some of them were good, some of them not so good. Yeah. So it's I would say I like Vikings. So but how many traditional tournaments we played? It's definitely Linares.
Linares was a big one.
I played I think 1, 2, 4 Tilburgs, but it's 81, 89, 91,
quite separate.
And 97.
Yeah.
So that's different organizations.
Yeah.
So traditional probably Linares and and we had a series of World Cup 88, 89, but it was just one season.
Well, you won it 3 in a row. Wesley won it last year, and now 2.5 out of 3 if he wins this one. That's a good start.
It's
a good start.
Excellent start. Beating Caruana was black. That's a
great start for him.
That's a great start. Yes.
And then this last game that we have, the crazy battle between Rapport and Deac.
Yes, this is
completely insane.
Yeah, this is 92. I mean, Deac played C6 here. I mean, how much time he spent on that?
He actually played this game all the way until this move.
Yeah.
Actually, Bishop to B2 was also played, Knight to B7. He played it against Gupta in 2018.
Okay.
So he has some sort of experience at this point. Gupta played the move G3.
But look, he's still spent.
And he still spent some time.
Or not, he spent nearly 20 minutes, and the Rapport spent only 10, and then. But it's interesting, this is E5, and then.
Quick B3 king.
Here's the. It's probably it's an important moment. So King F8,
which was leading to some wild complications.
Yes.
Knight to E4, Queen E7, Knight G5.
And this is the 95, yes.
Yes, and now after Bishop E6.
The Bishop E6, you have to play
takes, you give up the knight.
And then make a quiet move, Knight D5 again. It was so powerful, we'll look at the screen here.
Right.
But but now the white position is collapsing.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah, they just have to take on A3 and just sacrifice and give Bishop piece back because this is lost already.
But this is wild stuff.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. Yes,
it's impossible to calculate this type of things from afar.
But by the way, this is at the end. I just look at this.
Yes.
If you play Knight F5 here, so this is and this is amazing. Bishop E6, Knight takes E7, E takes F2.
That's the
it's
incredible.
amazing. Yes, this is king.
You don't have where to put the king.
Wow.
Yeah. And somehow Bishop C4 also is coming.
Yes, it's phenomenal. So, but it's interesting. So, but King H8, and it's amazing. It seems like black was fine, but just after castle, things were just getting absolutely wrong for black. So somehow Rapport always creates this.
Exactly. I want to ask you about this. What is it about Rapport? Yesterday we saw he played incredible defensive chess against Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov, both himself and Caruana thought white is completely winning, crushing. With the king on e7 for black, Richard Rapport didn't have any problems. He found all the best moves, all the engine moves, and equalized quite handily. What is it
by the way,
him?
we talked about he took on H3 eventually, yes.
He did?
Yes, he did.
He found everything.
Yeah, he found everything. Look, I think it's a fresh approach, So I think he enjoys playing chess, and that's I love watching games like the game you mentioned yesterday game with Mamedyarov or this game, because it shows that even classical chess has its room in the modern world. So it's more about attitude of the player rather than about game being depleted, exhausted. No, it's you want to play, you always have room to make things work. Exactly, and this Rapport keeps proving it time and again.
Almost every single game.
And that is it. Knight C4, move 17, and black is in really big trouble now. So I think here this was probably the only chance was just to with Queen D6, yes.
Queen to D6 was
yes, he played, yes.
Knight F-H5, which is the best move.
Yeah, but now keys he had probably go on a fake. Yes, again looking at
passive approach.
Yeah, but it's not because at the end of the day, the only chance is to create Okay, some counterplay. Bishop goes somewhere. I don't know, somewhere, and then.
Now bishop g4. Try to focus on the knight.
Yeah.
Or c5.
Yeah, or c5. C5 maybe, but it's a game. Isn't it? But look, it's rook for 2 knights, but queen's at a board, and king is.
BB3. Yeah.
Look, it will be an interesting fight.
Absolutely.
So, but he just see it's so easy to make a move, just a check. But check is seems to be a wrong move, because now the queen is so yes.
Queen e5 and all queen g5 maybe coming on the board.
You think so?
Maybe not. Actually,
I don't know. I don't think this is a5.
I don't want to.
Yeah, and he just
a5. B takes a5, opening up on this side.
Yeah, but you know what this is? I think this this is this here. Maybe I put h3 here.
h3. Okay.
Yeah, but this is take and take. Because I thought about a4. Maybe you can play g4 here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
so
very nice.
This just and then g5.
And you don't get there in time, yeah? Because my queen defends. This is actually quite a funny.
Yes. a1. Yes. Take. Rook takes. And king b2 is. Yes. King b2 is.
You cannot take. Well, you can, but that's a myth.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Yeah. So but you would have probably play here rook f8 first, yes, to push the bishop.
Yeah.
But still, it's
still can defend it with
this
wild stuff. And right now after rook d7, 3 minutes for Bogdan Deac and 17 minutes for Ricci. This one seems to be going Ricci's way.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if not. So bishop should go somewhere, yes?
Yeah.
b3 and
bishop b3. Now finally the queen somehow with the rook on
change.
d7 escapes.
Still, yeah, it's a take.
Is this still a technical task, in your opinion?
Take. Okay, one. G6 doesn't work, yes? Because 94, rook d3, and then.
Maybe even bishop c2.
King c2.
c2, yeah.
King c2, yes.
Seems like everything gives white a decisive advantage in this position.
Yeah, should be.
Gary, thank you very much for joining us.
More games?
No, that's it. We actually had 2 draws. 2 draws, the one between MVL, and this one, as you were mentioning,
Okay.
Black is doing what you wanted, just push the pawns.
Anyway, so we'll keep watching it.
Keep watching it.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Gary, for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll see you in the next few days. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Gary. You
Yeah,
can
thanks
see
for-
how Gary just immerses
Yeah.
himself and can't stop.
Yeah, he likes talking about the GCT, understandably, because it's he created the series, and he was very much instrumental in creating it. But then he gets an opportunity to talk about chess, and this is where his eyes light up.
Yeah, exactly.
He whatever the positions are, he just
Starts looking around and-
Very clear that he still has a lot of passion for the game and an absolute fount of understanding, and it's always very, very exciting to just hear him talk about any position.
Exactly. Speaking of the positions, Alejandro, jump to that one with Ricci.
Yeah, this is a crazy game. I'm trying to analyze the position because Richard has played the move bishop e8, rook d8, and of course he could repeat once, but that gets Deac closer to time control. I'm not sure that he is in the mood of repeating here. I was wondering if he wants to play the move rook e1, simply
I think so, yeah.
defending that bishop. You cannot take twice because, well, you cannot take because it's just mate.
Right.
And then what do? You don't have any rook takes a5 type moves. Bishop takes h5, bishop takes h5 doesn't help you. But Black has the slightly, to me, surprising king g8. And that renews the threat of rook takes e8. But more importantly, it kind of traps that bishop.
Right.
It doesn't have a lot of squares, and I'm not finding a way forward for white in this position. So rook e1 is actually on the board, and it's up to Deac to find the move king g8, the only move that keeps him with an equal position according to the engine. Everything else is lost. So let's see if he goes ahead and finds it, because this is a crucial moment in this game.
3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not going to be easy, but findable just because of how bad of
Everything else.
Everything else
yeah.
is so bad. By process of elimination, I think you get to king g8 very quickly. How bad is it, Peter? Levon is
there it is?
Yeah,
Instant,
Yeah,
yeah.
three connected passed pawns. But is Levon getting some counterplay? We do have these moves on the board, and I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, we're
Bishop
discussing
D3.
this while listening to Gary, specifically this position, because Black has the option here of playing knight e4, trying to preserve some material, but the bigger question is, let's say I play b5, knight f5, I take on f5, I play h7, h6.
Right. Now we've got these three guys.
If white somehow manages to give up the bishop for two of them, I mean ideally three, but even maybe two in some cases, and the black king gets distracted, and then we start pushing, it might once again become relevant that the h-pawn is the pawn of the quote-unquote wrong color. If black is left only with the h-pawn and the dark square bishop and the white king gets to h1, this is a draw.
Right.
But it feels like it probably shouldn't be enough. And also it's very, very relevant that the bishop on f5 is doing a tremendously efficient job of containing the push. The pawn on e3 is very kind of tied to its spot because f2 it will be hanging. And eventually the 3 will start running, but you know, my personal relationship with opposite colored bishop endings is such that, you know, I can...
Well, excuse me.
I can say all of these words, I can continue sort of, you know, bringing up platitudes, but please don't ask me to evaluate what this is. I have no idea.
I think it's closer than we're giving Levana's fighting back.
And I think that's why bishop d3, knight e4 was played almost instantly.
No b5.
No b5. You don't want to see this endgame. Knight e4 is actually a nice counter here for Alireza because you are dropping your pawns on the center, and if those disappear, that's your source of counterplay.
Exactly so.
Yeah, you can take on e4 here and play something like knight g4, I guess, and try to get the knight to pick up the pawn on e4. But my problem is, the 3 will probably run much, much faster, in particular against the knight.
Yeah,
particularly against the knight.
Yeah, the light squared bishop was doing a great job. I don't think the knight is doing
as good of a job.
Not even close. Any other ways of mixing it up?
b3 I don't particularly like. I don't quite know why, but it doesn't feel right to me. I'll probably just go back to d6, right?
Well, then I go e4.
Bishop b3, maybe e5, bishop takes f4.
Oh, that would be nasty. I was hoping that I had.
This probably also works actually. e5, bishop f4, even here.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate. The move bishop e3 really trips me up badly. I move my king. I'm afraid
but then
of
a3 will win,
a3.
Yeah.
And we do have a capture on e4.
And then a very cute move, knight g8, stopping bishop e7, which means that black cannot stop knight f6, and the pawn on e4 will fall. So now that it becomes a straight-up race, black needs to start creating threats on the queen side, because the material will actually get equalized in the hot second, and there will be definite counterplay in the center. But generally, you know, outside passers are considered to be much more dangerous than the passers in the center, and black has 3 against white's 2. So of course black is ahead here, but once again, I wouldn't be entirely comfortable just proclaiming that this is easily winning for black.
Very interesting.
That's okay, the engine is.
It's just winning.
The engine says it's -4, and you put the king on c7, the bishop on f8, then you start pushing them, baby.
Yeah, I like that too. I like that a lot, in fact.
Are we giving up h7? Are we including h6 or?
Yeah, you can take h6.
No, I mean, yeah, you can take h7, right? I don't think they care that much.
So they just run, yeah.
Yeah, I just think that these guys are just. Frankly,
yeah, there's a little bit too many of them.
It's like space invaders, right?
A little bit too many of them.
Yeah, there's too many. And if you, just to echo what Alejandro just said, that putting the bishop back on f8 and just getting on with the business of c5, c4, and b5 seems to be easy for Firouzja. How is our co-leader doing?
Wesley took a very interesting decision there, because after b3, both we in the studio and also Gary in the Romanian studio, we all thought that getting the knight over to f6 and then trying to actually pick up the pawn on d6 for free with either knight e8 or rook d7 followed by knight e8 seemed very logical. But instead, Wesley just traded. I mean, obviously, the knight on 6 gets immediately picked up. You cannot possibly allow it to get knight d4.
Knight d4 would simply win the game.
Yeah, that would end the game on the spot. So, of course, white instantly takes and goes rook d2. And now the question is, how do you make progress? Because you can play c5, c4, but I think allowing queen takes c4 and like trading the c5 pawn for the d6 pawn gets us to these queen endings, which I think will be difficult to win. And that's not even touching the idea of b takes c4, giving up on a4 and creating some kind of a race situation where the white masters are arguably maybe even further progressed towards the queening square. f6 and e5 weakens up your king side quite significantly. Getting the king to the pawn on d6 is, I mean, somewhat fantastical plan. I don't know how to achieve that. Yeah, at some point this will lead to counterplay.
Yeah.
And without that, how do you actually win this position? What's the most efficient, or efficient at all?
If there is
any efficient plan of actually winning this position?
I'll throw away efficiency for just a win. Any win will suffice. I think it's actually running the king towards the pawn after rook d2, but I would also double guess the move knight c6.
I was surprised
strange
with that,
to me. Finally, let's go back to Richie's game for just a moment, because
Richie clearly missed king g8. I think it's very safe to say that he did not see king g8 when he went for bishop e8, rook e1, and he now realizes that rook takes e8 is a very, very strong threat which cannot even be comfortably parried. And
oh dear.
Yeah.
He just trapped his... I mean, he's played some phenomenal moves, some very, very, very difficult, if not
this is a
quasi-impossible moves to find.
This is the first real calculation mistake we've seen him make in two extremely difficult tactical games in a row. I think yesterday, once again, apart from opening choices, very difficult to fault any of his decision-making. And today, apart from, I think, taking one too many risks in the opening, once he was given the opportunity to sort of correct the ship, he was playing perfectly. But yeah, bishop e8, rook e1, I think, counts as a mistake. And
how egregious is it, Alejandro? Does he have to bail out with something like knight g7? But it doesn't feel like Richie can bail out.
Why is knight g7 a bailout?
Well, you can.
The endgame will be very bad. No.
Yeah, no. If you take on g7 here with the knight, I just take on.
Yeah, I was gonna get in this bishop h5.
How about I take on e5? You are down the exchange after all. Remember that you are material down.
Right,
so,
but I'm blundering. Well, I blundered a piece. Help me out here. No, I mean, what's a good move after?
Luckily for Richie fans, apparently the move bishop f7. Is enough for a draw. The point is that after king takes f7, forced move, knight f5, again forced move, because there are so many threats against the queen. Queen c7 check, also a threat. You have to take on f5. Queen takes f5 check. You absolutely have to go to g8, that's clear. And then this move, rook e7. And the idea is that you're so tied up on the g7 square, the rook takes g7 is a threat that you don't have time for your own initiative. Very importantly, after the move rook d1 check, trying to get you, baiting you into taking on d1 so I can go queen d6 check, take on e7. White has the move king c2. And apparently here the best black can do is rook d2 back and forth. Because if you step back, you could play for a win with king b3, which gets crazy. If you go king c3, then the move rook f8 for some reason works now. It's absolute insanity, the position. But the move bishop f7 seems to be the resource that Richard needs to find in this position. He could start the other way around. He could also start with the move knight f5, takes bishop f7, do it this order. It just gives black the extra option of going king h8 instead of taking on f7, after which, of course, the computer still thinks it's equal. I'm not really sure why, but in this position, he is far from lost. He just needs to find this idea of knight f5, regrouping the major pieces in order to target g7. And he's playing knight f5 first. So perhaps we will go into this. Now, of course, bishop f5 is completely forced. Everything else is just lost. And now he has to play bishop f7, and there he goes.
Which he played instantly, by the way.
Well, that's why he played knight f5. Otherwise the move makes no sense. But yeah, we're back to seeing Richie just find the only moves with relative ease, because
and he is reaching for the bishop, but he does have a choice now.
But the rook d1 check.
Note the pause. This is a tournament in which not only, I mean, we know these are strong players, but many of them appear to be really playing their A game. Because these are not easy calculations. And the fact that he reached for the bishop and then stopped himself, because clearly he realized king h8, queen f5, queen d6 is at least very playable. On 3 minutes, he's seeing it large as a football. Yeah,
it's amazing. But for me, this line of king takes f7, queen takes f5, check, king g8, rook d1. Rook e7, attacking e7. I completely missed. I mean, I just completely missed. This is.
Yeah, Rook d1 is very cute. I think the point with including Rook d1, Rook d2 is that that move Rook f8 that Alejandro mentioned after, let's say, King c3 or King b3. The point is that now after Rook f8, if white goes something like Queen e5, we have an additional Rook takes g2, which wasn't there earlier. And this is, I guess, why we're not playing Rook f8 in the current position, because Queen e5 would be quite strong. At least that's my guess and limited understanding of what's going on here.
Which by the way, somehow also leads to just a draw.
We have Rook f7 there, right? How does white make a draw there?
You go Rook e6. I mean, you go Queen e5, Rook f7, Rook e6, and well, hello.
Which position?
Yeah, no, Rook e7, Rook f8.
Rook e7, Rook f8.
Yeah, and white has Queen e5, Rook f7, Rook e6. And the Queen on h6 once again is so awkward that g6, knight f6 check. I'm guessing King f8 is.
No, you take on f6.
Yeah, you take. Yeah, you have to take on f6.
I'd be very worried if I were black.
Yeah, King f8 doesn't look like a winning attempt.
No, it doesn't.
And no, it doesn't look like a winning attempt.
I believe we have Rook e7,
Rook e7 on the board. So Rook f8 is okay. Rook d1 is okay.
I find it interesting that Deac, in time trouble, he gets up from the board and he hovers close to the table. He's not like he's running out of the tournament hall or something like that. But he doesn't sit at the board when it's not his turn. Queen takes f5, King g8, Rook e7 on the board. Rook d1 check. This is the type of move you find because it's simply you're just looking for any possibility that doesn't, resign.
Yeah.
But Rook d1 is equal. It's incredible.
Apparently everything is equal here, yeah.
It's incredible.
Sort of depressingly, maybe chess's draw story strikes.
Again.
Rears its ugly head again, yeah. But
we check the line.
Yeah. We'll see what he does, but on this evidence, he will play something that doesn't lose here because, apart from making one misstep in the opening, I think Bogdan played this game very, very well.
And Alejandro, what's the move situation in Richie's game? How much time do they have?
Deac down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds still. 11 moves to make. Richard has just made his 30th. So plenty of chess here for both players if they want to make it messy.
The time control.
Yeah, we can definitely go back to that view because I'm curious on how long he's going to take on this particular decision. It's pretty crucial. Rook d1, Rook f8 seem to be okay. This is not quite the game.
This is also a very interesting game, though, yeah.
We're at the game of Richie versus Bogdan. We're looking at the clocks. We needed the bird's eye view of
Rapport versus Deac.
Rapport, Deac.
Yeah, this is the one, and
let's see if we can check the clock.
Yeah, he's down to 1:40.
A minute 40.
A minute 40 for Deac.
And plenty of time.
Yeah, that's an infinity for him.
Yeah, and this is move 30, so that's not for 3 moves. That's for quite a number of moves. Obviously, with the 30-second increment, he, in effect, if he makes it to move 40, he has currently 6 minutes. That's actually correct. He has 6 minutes on the clock, effectively. But that's not exactly doesn't exactly
it's not
work
exactly
like
how it works. No,
because it's portioned. It is portioned with 30 seconds per move, and you can't really.
It'd be nice to claim it. But all right, 1 minute under.
Is there any reason to make a tricky move like King h8? I'm trying. As black, I want to play Rook d5, which of course loses.
King h8 is a very, very human idea. Yeah.
Right, but I'm trying to
checks.
Yeah, I'm trying to seduce you into playing Rook takes d7, so I can go Rook d5.
And King h8 is also fine.
Really,
it's also completely fine.
He is reaching for his rook as he's going.
That still doesn't give us enough info because there are 2 moves with this rook here, which are both fine. But yeah, that kind of indicates that he is not planning to be all too tricky. Yeah, Rook f8 played.
Rook f8.
Queen e5 will be played very quickly. There's really not very much else that makes much sense here. Other squares just
G4? No, Rook f7 is the issue.
Yeah, I think it just doesn't look.
Right.
As
of
natural
course.
I think
Queen e5 is by
just
far the most natural move.
you press it. You press against G7. You centralize keep your queen centralized. Everything's going according to.
Actually, somewhat surprising that he's taking this long. I would have assumed that against somebody in 50 seconds, you would want to make this move early.
Do you think that he saw the move Rook D1, or King H8? Where do you think his
I think
was?
he's Rook D1 definitely, King H8 probably, but it's also not really up to him. He is there. He's calculating something, but mainly he's waiting for a move He doesn't have the luxury of trying to cover everything. By this point, having missed King G8, he needs to make the best moves he has.
Yeah.
And he needs to also, particularly because he's playing against somebody who is basically playing on increment, and also for some reason, getting up from the board
each time
on 40 seconds.
Yeah.
You want to be as efficient with your time management and with your energy management to a degree as possible, because you don't want to lead yourself down rabbit holes which you probably will not need. Rook F7 will happen.
This is forced, absolutely forced.
There is some argument for going Queen C7 check and taking on B7, but it's a bad argument. You don't do that.
You don't do that.
Yeah, in particular in comparison to Rook E6. Rook E6 just looks right. Provoking G6, going Knight F6 check, it clearly looks right.
May I play the devil's advocate there, because you do have an A pawn that might.
Yeah, but like King G8, Rook F, Queen B7, like Rook F8, and suddenly your knight becomes awkward. And if the queen actually, leaves the jail on H6, you will not enjoy it very much. With the king on C1 completely uncovered by anything.
Good
Rook
point.
E6 on the board. Yeah, G6
As
is more or less
expected.
strictly the only move. Rook A5 loses to Rook E8 check. G6 played. Knight F6 also appears to be the only sensible move here. Don't really see anything in the way of alternatives that doesn't just kind of lose the game on the spot.
But Knight F6 is.
Yeah, a minute for 8 moves. Perfect time to get up and go for a stroll.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
It's not so easy for him yet, right? I mean, Knight F6, Rook takes. You take with the Rook, I think, for White.
Yeah.
And then you still have to find things for Black. White does have a pawn for the moment.
And this is why Rook D1 check was a much cleaner draw. It's very hard to fault him for making a move that doesn't lose, but is probably somewhat inferior. But the positions after Rook D1 did seem to be more manageable, because they did appear to force White to take the draws. Takes.
Knight F6 check
Takes.
on the board.
I'm taking with the Rook, and to be honest, if I had this position in a practical game, I would not at all be certain I've equalized with Black, because the king on G8 is much weaker than the king on C1, considering where the pieces are, and you're still a pawn down.
Exactly.
The extra pawn is on A5. It's a doubled A pawn, so you're not, like, if it was on B2, you'd be lost.
You're not completely crying.
Or he could just say, you know what, guys?
Queen takes H2, yeah?
Queen H2 is the only move after Rook F6, Rook F6. Yes, you have to go Queen H2 and create some counterplay, but at this particular moment, King F8 is also okay.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah.
Really? And
I don't think anybody plays like that. Nobody plays like that.
20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds and counting down. This is
move 34. And if you tell me that King F8 is a really legit move.
It's a legit move, yes.
That you're kind of reluctant to give up the exchange, but look at the clock.
I'm reluctant to put my king on F8.
Come on.
King H8.
King H8? Are you kidding me?
I assume that is not good for some reason, but I don't know why that is so.
Oh my goodness.
Also fine?
King
also fine.
Also a time for a walk?
Also fine. Yeah.
Also fine.
King H8.
Chess is draw.
Maybe chess is draw.
Maybe chess is draw. There's no maybe about it.
I can't believe that's a good move.
On this evidence, there's just no maybe about it.
No, I can't believe that's
White obviously has an immediate draw with Knight E8 check, stopping Queen G7 and then coming back to F6.
But it was down to a few seconds, right?
Yeah, he made it on 3 seconds, yeah.
Plenty of time for him.
3, yeah. 5.
Leisurely.
But no, I'm sorry. No, this can't be good. I mean, this knight on F6 is worth at least an exchange now. Let's say, okay, I play G4. Just a stupid move. Just a stupid move, G4.
You know what? Now that you've deprived yourself of the knight g4 check options, I want to go queen takes h2 and start giving checks of my own.
You weren't supposed to do that. He's learning.
The man learns.
The training, huh? They'll get okay. Queen takes h2. Unfortunate.
Because I don't think you actually have
I tell you what, I was trying to set up
G5 and
G5 and get you like you're frozen. Like you, our producer just loves the word zugzwang. I was trying to get you into a zugzwang with my pawn on G5, and you wouldn't have anything. King h8. I don't want to say I despise this move. I don't like this move, Alejandro, but
it works.
No refutation.
If it works, it works. The computer thinks it's fine, but it is more difficult than some of the other draws, in my opinion, because it's not forcing. Here, white can just play any move.
H3?
H3, king c2, g4 is also fine. And make black find things to do, right? Because he is pretty frozen, and it's not like white is severely down on materials. He's down in exchange for a pawn.
But a beautiful knight.
A beautiful knight, that's right.
This is, I mean, as Peter pointed out, Perpet
pretty much always on the table,
is in white's pocket whenever he wants. So a move like king b2, h3, it sure feels like it's a two-result game favoring Richie. What's going on in Levon's game?
Well, the computer finally said no more maybes about it. It is -9. It already calculates all the way down for the passed pawns to win. Most moves are winning here for black. You don't have to hurry up and push the pawns just yet and let the king in a comfortable position. Get your king to c4 first. That's where it belongs anyway. King b6 is one of the winning moves. You could also move the bishop away. I assume you take on e4 in this position.
Sure.
And the bishop just retreats to f8. And then you're going to march king on b5, c5, c4 if necessary. You could also go king c4 depending on if this knight goes away. You got to push your pawns with white, but you got to push them together. And that's just going to take forever.
I see. Not a surprise.
Not a surprise.
Not a shocker, but he does need to be precise, it seems like. And also kind of remarkably from where we started, Levon will probably lose this game being up material. He now has 4 passers on the king side against the 3 of Alireza.
Nice.
It's going to be irrelevant, but he will be actually ahead on that count.
Just picking up on the game of Wesley So and Fabiano. Wesley So enjoying the advantage of an extra pawn, but how on earth is he going to realize his material advantage? And Fabi basically asked the same question. Fabi's moving his rook back and forth between d2 and d1, and until we saw the move
rook
d2,
d2 e5, you would actually lose the d6 pawn, which is something that you obviously want to prevent from
exactly.
happening.
And he did that by playing after rook d7, queen d2. We were talking about how are you going to win this position with black, and I'm thinking it's going to require the king.
Well, you can play c5, c4. I mean, one thing that queen d2 does is it allows you a much safer way to play c4, b takes c4, queen takes c4, creating a passer on the b4 square without connecting the pawns for white. Rook c1, queen d5, for instance. And it seems at the very least interesting, although the move Wesley made is also very interesting because he went queen f3, not committing to any of that, and attacking the pawn on b3, and asking a very, very awkward question from Fabi. How are you going to protect Queen c2, though? Queen c2 maybe does protect it comfortably enough. Everything else I dislike immensely, but Queen c2 seems to be playable. And in the meantime, g4 and queen takes h2 is on the board in the Rapport Deac game.
All right, let me go back to that one. Queen g4.
Yeah. And queen takes h2.
And queen takes h2.
Played with his usual 2 seconds on the clock.
Absolutely, yeah. And it does seem that with the black queen finally starting to become active and starting to give check, and it really doesn't seem like there's any shelter for the white king here to search for. You do have to take a perpetual at some point.
Yeah, it might be time to
like knight h5. Hang on a second. Rook takes f6 will become playable, right? How do you make a comfortable draw with white here? I guess you can go knight d7, rook e8 check, right? That's the most comfortable draw.
If you really wanted to make a draw with white, I mean, you can go knight d5, knight e7, I guess.
Sorry.
Yeah, 95, 97 as well.
Yeah. Because rook g7 is an immediate draw with rook e8.
Right, that's the perpetual. And the point is, if you...
I assume this is also a draw, right? I take on e7, I start giving checks.
Yeah, this is also a draw. You take on e7, and then there's enough checks down the...
G1, F2, and so on, yeah. There has to be enough checks.
Not really even close.
Rook d6.
Well, he finds a way to keep the game going, and I love that because his opponent has 30 seconds, has to consider so many moves, and it's blocking checks sometimes. The thing I like about rook d6 is that sometimes you can now interpose your rook, and you're going to force your opponent to find the proper checks.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly a practical game against somebody on 8 seconds. Yeah, but yeah, there's plenty of checks to choose from.
That's the problem. It's plenty of checks.
It's going to be very difficult to play against the clock when you can gain time with every check.
Right. Okay, so let's imagine that we do drop back and...
Queen f3, I think, is the intention here. This is why he chose h1 and not g1. He wants to play queen f3, attack a number of things, yeah, make it awkward for white to contain the...
And that's why we see king c2 by Richie, not rook d1, but king c2.
Yeah.
2 minutes for...
Yeah, give a check from g2, play queen f1 would be my default setting here, to have some queen c4 check ideas to continue.
I like that, and I think Deac likes it too. Queen g2 check.
Yeah, I wonder if we've already slightly overpressed, or if it's still very much within the margins, right?
0-0.
Yeah, not shocking. Yeah, not shocking.
Rook d2 seems like it's going to be the
rook
move.
d2. I'm pretty sure he goes queen f1 here because you do want to have a check prepared for
on c4.
Yeah, against a quiet move, you want to have a check.
Yeah.
I don't think a quiet move is forthcoming, but against it, you would like to have a.
Makes sense to me.
Queen check
f1.
and you check.
Queen f1, knight takes h7, check. It's still a draw.
Still a draw after king g8.
King g8. Nice. The rook h2 mate is even nicer. Queen.
12 seconds. 11.
11 and. Queen h3.
He clearly spotted knight h7.
Yeah,
I think he did too.
Yeah, I mean, good at chess is like a theme for our coverage here. These guys are
really good.
Good at chess. Yeah.
Okay, can Richie again try to be G5? No, I was going to say king b2. I want to keep the pawn on a3. Somewhat defended and just say go ahead.
I like king b2. I like king b2.
I like king b2 a lot. Very practical. It gets away from many checks.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you still always keep your the perp in.
No, it's just never in danger, right? Like never. So you want to make a couple of practical moves. See if black blunders something before move 40.
Yeah. Has Alireza actually made up? Because that's what I wanted to do, and then I realized knight takes e4, knight c3 might be.
This is minus a million.
Minus a million still. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Knight e4, is king b6 the only move winning after knight e4?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, because knight c3 is a large threat now.
Yeah, knight c3, yeah, I agree.
So you have to have the king on a5, basically. Like, you have to be prepared to protect the pawn on a4 there with king a5.
Knight takes e4, pardon me.
Yeah.
With the threat of knight c3, forces king b6. Knight c3 forces king a5.
But it's still good enough, yeah, because now we go c5, c4, a3, and it wins.
It's very easy after that, yeah.
Wow. Okay, back to our...
King b2 played by... Yeah, Richie understands practical chess really well, yeah. apart from being a very clean calculator and everything else, he also really, I think, understands how to play against time trouble.
And it's so annoying when you play these players. They just keep finding ways to keep the game going, right?
Yeah.
They're not afraid of anything. Let's see what he plays. Queen f1.
He's got queen f1 now.
Funny to play queen f1 now, right?
On 3 seconds. Yeah.
He played that with 3 seconds
but isn't he,
on the clock.
Is he maybe in trouble now?
No.
Still, because
0-0.
I mean, there's a queen b5
Yeah, there's a queen
check?
b5 check, yeah.
That we can play a3, a4.
Well, a4 is maybe, I mean, it's probably still fine, to be honest. Yeah.
A4 still good?
A4 still good.
A4 makes a lot of sense because you just get rid of so many checks.
Right. Well, queen c4 will
and rook d4.
Reintroduce, and rook d4. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Rook d4, that would rock your world.
Yeah, still a draw.
Not to mention knight h7.
Yeah, knight h7 is possible on the board, of course.
Right.
You cannot take on h7 with the king because rook h2 is going to be mate. But
this is a very cute. Let me just show this to the audience. Knight takes h7 check. You do not blunder with king takes h7. Oops, you'll find you'll find yourself checkmated on d8. On h8.
And it looks like we'll have an answer on how Wesley makes progress in his game against Favi. The answer is he doesn't. This game seems to be headed towards a draw. The players are repeating at the moment close to move 40 for both. Maybe Wesley just wants to get to move 40 and then figure it out. But he has to find a way not to repeat in this position. Let's play the move king f8, and I don't know if...
Yeah, he should have this under control, yeah, because the big danger here is actually blundering into a threefold somehow.
Right.
Yeah, knight h7, king g8 played in the meantime. Yeah, this one is... Yeah, I think they reached move 40, so we should be switching to the Deac game.
Yeah, knight h7, king g8 as expected, not.
And Richie is also down to 42 minutes, 40 seconds. Yeah.
But is this move?
It is move 40. Yes, so it's not panic stations, and yeah, the decisions will become very streamlined from here because. Now the knight is hanging. Rook takes h7 is very much a threat. So yeah, I think you have to play knight f6 check, and then takes and queen b5 check just makes a draw, I assume, because there's just a whole empty board for the white king to try and hide, and there's just no hiding.
Richie getting nervous as his clock is definitely ticking down into the teens. Well, you can see a little agitation with his hands. 7 seconds. And
knight
g5.
-5.
Yeah,
what?
He does overpress occasionally. Yeah.
He went from equal.
I think he forgot his. And this was agreed to a draw in a threefold repetition as Favi does draw against Wesley from a worse position. But it seems like Rapport, faithful move 40, has simply blundered his position away. I don't know if he forgot that his d2 rook is hanging with check, but queen takes f4
queen f4 just wins. Yeah.
Queen f4 is just winning.
Queen takes f4. Yeah. And he is crunched. Boy, did he snap.
I heard that one all the way from here.
I mean, we're only 8,000 kilometers away, right? I mean, and queen takes f4.
Oh, what a blow.
Oh, no.
What a blow. Yeah,
Richard on his 40th move.
It's just game. There's nothing to do here.
I mean, knight f6 check. And
make a draw.
Draw. Oh, my gosh.
He must have forgotten.
Yeah.
d2.
Yeah, d2, because you would think knight takes f7.
Of course. Knight takes f7, and you can't. And then queen takes in. Okay, I'll still press.
I'll press. You know, you probably saw rook h2, queen g7 is okay for black, but maybe I have another move like rook d6. I don't know.
Right. Rook d6 would be a drawing.
And then he realized, knight f7, queen d2. You just resign.
Yeah.
Whoops. Knight takes f7.
And you can see him shaking his head. Yeah,
the realization. Yeah, he just sunk in. Like, what on earth?
He can't even continue. Like the game cannot be continued. Yeah, you just shake your opponent's hand here.
Yeah,
like everything collapses. You have to trade queens.
You have to trade queens. The pawns start falling.
Yeah, and your structure is such that like both g4 and a5 are gone pretty much instantly. You just kind of resign.
Your knight's totally useless. You have to trade queens.
Kind of heartbreaking.
Totally.
What an unsatisfying end to this game.
Yeah, it's stunning. It was a marvelous game.
Yeah,
we've been following. It's almost like a continuation.
It was
going to
be a brilliant draw. It was going to be another brilliant draw by Richard Rapport, in which we had a lot of fun.
Exactly.
And he ends up blundering it on move 40.
Oh my gosh! I mean, again, in the old days, where before the increment, it was the 40th move blunder was notorious. With the increments, you're seeing it less and less, and now you're seeing Richard really coming to a incredibly gross realization.
Yeah.
He has lost the game in a single move.
And
for
Deac, I mean, wow, what a way to start. He'll be joining the leaderboard as he wins with black against Richard Rapport in a stunning turn of events.
Exactly.
Who had Deac for predictions?
Not me.
Look at it. He just knows.
Yeah.
He just knows.
He's just sitting there thinking, yeah, like what on earth happened? Yeah, what on earth happened there? Like, why is this my position now?
normally, you know, you kind of blunder. You got something.
Yeah, there's at least something.
Something, right?
But this is just splat. This is totally done. dusted. Everything is gone. Oh, horrifying. These are the worst losses because you're not even sure what you learned from the loss.
You learned not to blunder on move 40, but I mean, how many times do we need to learn that lesson?
Exactly. And again, just catching up with Levon, and we do have a queen trade.
Yeah, I think he'll take and go rook d6 and pray, but it's not much of a hope.
Exactly. No, not particularly. Yeah, rook d6 is what actually I think keeps him at the board. I think anything else you just resign. Yeah, but you go rook d6 here and you at least ask this one question. But,
yeah, because at least you're winning g6 and
but rook a5, rook g6, king h8 I think is just extremely comfortable.
Could you just explain to me the final position of Wesley's game? Why did Wesley agree?
Did he actually blunder into a threefold, or has he decided he has no winning chances? Because if he decided he has no winning chances, I am.
But the engine said 0-0 at that point, so the engine didn't even think that Wesley was better at that point.
Even.
Yeah.
I must say, I'm still confused about the move knight c6, but I'm equally confused in the position when he played queen f3 that he didn't play. It was queen d2. He could have played c4.
Yeah, just play c4 here. You're still running zero risks. Like it's not,
exactly.
Yeah, it's zero risk. The engine also thought it was close to equal in this position. Takes, and there's the cunning move queen e3. You would like to cover this queen coming to b6, but you can't because e6 is also hanging.
This is clever. Yeah, this is clever.
But at least it's an attempt. Yeah. At least it's an attempt, which
with an extra pawn.
With an extra pawn, you're not risking anything really.
Exactly.
But you see an empty board there, and that's another draw for Wesley. So keeps the leader in hand. So not a bad result, but kind of expected him to push a little bit more once he got the extra pawn. And Gary and everybody here, knight d7, knight f6 looked such an obvious plan.
Honestly, the more I think about Levon's position, the less I understand. Just like I understand the engine is never wrong in this endgame, but
yes, correct.
King b6, like I think it's very possible to spoil. Like King b6, we go f5 or h4. I don't know which one is stronger. Let's say h4.
Okay.
And my point is, I think if you play c5 here and allow knight d6, the win might be gone, because you cannot actually shake away this knight away from the c4 square. King 6, knight c4, and king b5 I give a check, and king d5 I give a check, and I win the a4 pawn.
And you lose.
I think if you play c5, this is already a draw. And I suspect the way to win would be to maybe start with bishop f8, just to take away the d6 square from the knight.
I think it's actually
King b6 first. I go h4, and then you drop the bishop back to f8.
The bishop's kind of in the way of the king.
0-0.
0-0 again.
Bishop f8 is 0-0. Yeah.
So what's winning?
Because knight d2, knight takes b3.
Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah, the list you cannot possibly allow. So king b5 or something.
King b5 is the only move, but it is winning.
King b5, and we take on c3 if it happens, or.
If what happens?
Knight c3 check.
I think so.
No, I think I move my king, don't I?
To king a5, and then just go c5.
King a5, h5, bishop f8, I guess, or something else.
h5, c5, h6, c4.
You can even do that.
I think you're in time, right?
Yeah, you can even do that.
Well, you're threatening to take the knight.
Yeah.
Knight takes a4.
Knight takes a4. No, you get mated, unfortunately.
Yeah, I probably get mated. h7, c3 check, king b1, bishop a3. Yeah,
and if you want to avoid all of these things, the computer thinks that because it exists some checks, just put the king on a5, don't put it on b5, and that is an easier
path.
It's an easier path, yeah.
No, but then c5, knight d6 once again. So king a5, h5.
So h4.
And then you move the bishop.
And then we move the. And then we
knight d2, you have king b4, and then
no, c5, knight d6. We once again it's a draw.
Yeah, this is a draw.
And actually, with the pawn on h5, I don't know if black has a draw. To be honest, like it might be pushing it a little bit. Bishop b1 is a good move, though. Yeah, I missed that.
I'm ready to put my king on b4.
h6. Oh no, king b4. I wanted to go knight b5, but you have a3, bishop c3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Knight
okay.
b5.
Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to realize just how hopeless it is, because it looks like we made so much progress, and we might be losing even this position.
I know.
Yeah.
Suddenly you think I've got the best position I've had in 20 moves.
Yeah, it's probably
lost.
Probably still lost. Yeah.
Terrible. We were pushing the h pawn would it have made a difference, Alejandro, if I had pushed the F
Black
pawn?
plays bishop f8 in many of these lines anyway, so I don't think
True.
it makes too much of
Yeah,
a...
the only important thing is the king needs to get in first, and then you can choose your way of winning.
King, and
Yeah,
choose your way of winning.
and then it ends. Yeah.
Wow. And once again, for those of you who are joining us late, shame on you. You've missed a very entertaining round, but unfortunately, Richard Rapport had a draw. He was enjoying most of the game. And right here is where he blundered on move 40.
Move 40 is
knight g5.
The fateful decision, to avoid the perpetual there, to continue pushing.
Exactly.
And you really kind of have to question it, because I understand queen takes f4 wins, but if we go to move 40 here, yeah, my question is, sorry, knight g5. If I go rook takes f4, no, that might lose actually. That might actually lose. Queen e6, queen e7, I guess. Yeah. No, queen e6, king h8. I have a feeling even this is a draw.
Wait, what?
No, this rook h2 wins. Yeah, sorry, this wins. Yeah. Okay, then because I was wondering what the winning chances are, even if queen takes f4 doesn't exist, but they do then exist. Okay.
Yeah, but queen f4 really just rocked White's world completely.
Wow, rook f4 doesn't lose.
Rook f4 doesn't lose?
No, that's amazing, yeah.
Why doesn't it lose?
Queen e7, rook f7, I guess. Yeah, queen e6, king g7.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to do, but then I thought queen e7 wins, but queen e7, rook f7, I assume.
I assume so, yeah. But we have Cristian Chirila with Wesley So over in Bucharest.
Thank you, Alejandro. Wesley, quite a tense game with the black pieces, a big clash, always a big clash, an all-American clash against Fabiano. Tell us a bit about this game and how did you approach it?
Well, I was a bit nervous, of course. Fabi is the #1 American player, and he just won the American Cup, so he seems to be in very good form. I think he's working very seriously for the Candidates Chess Tournament, because last year he lost a lot of rating, and it seems like he wasn't working as much. But this year is the candidate's year, and I think he's really serious about his chess at the moment. So very excited to see how we will do. So, I mean, I tried to come as well prepared to this game as possible, but for some reason I just hope that he wouldn't play the Catalan. But
and you came with this very interesting move, and we had Gary on the show, and he was quite surprised by this move c6. Back in the day, some other moves were the main lines. Tell us a bit the story about this move c6.
Yeah, so I first saw this move in 2014 when Lenier Dominguez played it in the Capablanca Memorial in Cuba. So that was the first time I've seen it, and it seems very weird, but actually Black is just threatening to take the pawn on d4.
Take the pawn,
yeah. So that's the whole point, because before, here it's not so easy for Black to develop, because the idea is that knight bd7 always runs into bishop a5. So that's the idea of bishop d2, as Boris Abrok will tell you. So Black, I think Kasparov Karpov played bishop b7.
He was mentioning about this move as well,
Yeah, I mean, I would love to play this move because Karpov is one of my favorite players. But c6 is modern. The idea is to prepare knight bd7, no bishop a5, and also to threaten to take the pawn. I think that's the main line against this bishop d2 Catalan. Like Lenier played it many times.
Did you feel like this move surprised him because he was still blitzing out a4s in like a quick move, and after your move b4, now he started thinking?
Yeah, the thing is, after a4, human players normally play knight bd7. I think there have been a lot of correspondence games with b4. I think
he had some experience with this game as well against Dominguez.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I was working on this line a couple months ago in Berlin, like for white and for black. And knight bd7, I think Black was having some, not knight e5. Yeah, I think, I think here we get this position by force, h3, maybe rook c8, but maybe rook c8 is what is preferable, because here, this has been played a few times, and this can arise by force, and it seems very symmetrical, but it's actually quite unpleasant for
You feel some
Black.
pressure with Black because the pawn on b5, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. I analyze this seriously, and I would very much prefer to be white, because
You weren't able to fully equalize in your preparation.
Yeah, and it's not easy to play against a very well prepared player. But the funny part is, I thought b4 was the main line here. Knight b7, of course. b4 also is the main line. So I was very surprised and very grateful when he started thinking. But okay, he played all the best moves, I think.
And then at some point it felt like you were actually taking control of the game.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I want to take you all the way down to this point. After rook to d6, how did you assess the position from a practical perspective at this point? How did you feel your position was better, equal?
Well, I'm a pawn up, yeah. So
right.
Clearly, Fabi made some mistakes here, maybe around move 18, move 19, maybe some queen. It's very tricky, like it's not easy to. I think I prepared a5, e4, h6, but I couldn't remember all these, of course. Like, it's very tricky where white can put his queen, like,
everywhere.
The g5 is the best place because you can play e4, rook d8. So I play h6 and now I have to start thinking. But yeah, here I wasn't sure if Fabi was still playing for a win because he sometimes plays for a win even in a worse position. But when I played rook d6, I understood he's a pawn down and I'm slightly better. And
he's trying to find some compensation, right?
Yeah, like here, yeah, I mean, he in the game he held on quite convincingly, so I'm not sure how I could have played for a win. Like here I was thinking maybe knight b7.
So one of the things that we were looking at was after rook to d8, rook d1, and now just knight to d7. Actually, maybe even in the position that you played. So rook to d1, rook to d8, c5, and now after b3, I think we were discussing knight d7 with Gary as well.
Yeah, I actually prefer this with pawn on c6, but yeah, of course, Gary.
His idea was this. So knight to f6, for example, queen to e5, and now c4.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the Gary is still good.
Take, and now knight d7 back and establish the control with knight c5.
That's very good. I didn't see c4. I mean, I saw the idea, but after queen e5, I thought I had nothing better than to repeat.
Just repeat knight d7, yeah.
But so c4 is very strong. Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize this would be 1.4, like almost +2. But certainly, that's the idea. But I think like after here, white should play something else.
g4, yes.
But then knight e8 just wins, huh?
Yeah.
Knight e8, d7, knight.
I think somehow you have to wait for the rook to first go to d7 and then start pushing the pawns.
Oh, I actually saw this, like here.
It's very unclear why. But
I'm not sure why this black is just winning. King f8. I didn't see king f8. Yeah, of course.
You get just in time to go king e7. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Knight d7 was maybe better winning turn, but I thought.
Even though the computer actually does like knight c6 as the best move in the position. And when did you feel like you're losing, let's say, your advantage?
Well, here I couldn't make progress. Like, yeah, maybe knight c6 was not the best way to play for win. Like maybe, like h5 normally is very good to get this pawn structure, but in the game it's always hanging. So maybe h5 as natural as it looks, maybe also. Yeah, I think knight c6 is just not enough to play for the win. Like here, I thought I could gamble. But c4, b takes c4. Yeah, I was thinking about this move c4 for a long time because he has to take with the b pawn
Because if you take like this, rook takes d6, and that's a pawn up and probably a difficult defense.
Yeah, I can play forever. I would be very happy to get this because he has no way to.
And after b takes, now e5.
Queen d2.
What was your calculation? Queen to d2, queen takes c4.
d7.
d7.
Yeah, so I didn't miss anything.
They usually say that once the pawn gets to d7, then it's probably impossible to win.
Yeah, also the point is that if I ever take on a4, it's a two-result game. Because Fabi mentioned he has some queen a7.
We're giving some pawn races.
Yeah, so actually, my best way to win the game was if he lost on time. Like he had 6 seconds at some point. So I was hoping he lost on time, like in the US Championship. Well, it wasn't meant to be. So I think here.
I think everything after that was more or less fine.
Like I think I don't know. I was hoping to get my king to e6. Let's say here. Oh, where was it? King.
Maybe after queen to d3.
Rook d2. Oh.
It's just very difficult to break with e5 as some checks are coming.
Yeah. Like. E5 queen. Yeah. Yeah, so actually, knight c6 wasn't good. You're right, knight Gary's move, knight. But I thought,
Wesley, we do have some big games finishing up right now. So
yeah, sure.
thank you very much for joining us, and good luck in the remaining of your games.
Thank you, Cristian. Always a
And
pleasure.
actually, guys, we're going to jump right into a commercial break.
Welcome back to our coverage. Just as Richard Rapport comes to grips with the inevitable after his horrible blunder on move 40, signs the score sheets and leaves the table, and Bogdan Deac, the local player, is now in the lead on +1 together with Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley. So very impressive game, which was somewhat marred by that mistake on move 40, once again prompted by Richard's desire not to accept that the game can be ended in a draw, basically. Like, he just really dislikes stopping the game, and today it cost him. And in the other game on your screen, Levon is about to complete a miraculous recovery.
Absolutely, coming back from the dead indeed, as we thought the 3 connected pass pawns was going to win the game for Firouzja. Instead, he kind of seized the draw from the jaws of victory. And where does that leave our standings as he picks up the pawns on e3 and f4?
There's still going to be some play left here, because the perpetual has to be there. But if you get the king over to somewhere like the b6 square, there will be some checks which will lead to the interposition with queen c6 counter check. So you still have to be a bit careful, but on a completely empty board, this is a reasonably comfortable draw, of course.
Exactly. And again, so far we have 3 draws in this round 3 and 1 victory. And as you say, that victory, the local player Bogdan will join Wesley. So.
And Jan at the top of our leaderboard on 2 out of 3. As we're watching this game wrap up, Alireza justifiably will continue for a bit, waiting for maybe some kind of a mistake, so a mouse slip of some sort. Because really, as long as you keep your cool and don't blunder into something very simple, there is no hiding place for the king on this board. Unless you allow it to get to b1, but it should be very easy not to allow it to get to b1, because once it gets to c2, that is not...
You check on a diagonal.
Yeah, you just give a check from the h7, b1 diagonal. That is still plenty of time for white to correct the course.
Even if the king gets to b1.
Probably even that is still a draw, but that would be already a tricky draw, because it gets to a1, checks might run out, and then you have to draw by...
But if your queen's on e2, and I go king b3, who makes a draw?
Ooh. Nobody.
Nobody makes a draw. That's correct.
Alejandro, what was the moment when Firouzja really let it slip?
Well, guys, we left it off here. This is our analysis, and we had thought that Firouzja would go bishop b4, knight takes e4, and here bring the king in first before pushing your pawns, and he did it the other way around, something that Peter had considered before we went on break. The move c5, but this does not work because of this move knight c3, and he must have underestimated the chances that white has in this pawn endgame. He must have assumed that 3 pawns were just winning. He must have miscalculated something down the line, because he took a long time before going into these variations. But after bishop takes, king takes c4, absolutely only move is king b2, because you need to prevent this guy on the a file from passing. But the pawns don't pass by themselves. This is a well-known construction. The king is in charge of protecting against all of them, so you will need the help of that king. He must have seen the fact that you can just play king d6, threatens to go this way as well as going in this way, which forces the move f5 that way. So when I go here, 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 and here, I promote. I even promote with a check in most lines, so this does not work for black, which forces the king to go this way. And just at this moment, you play the move f3, important to prevent king e4, king d3. Let me show it for the audience. For example, if you play a move like h4, then king e4 in this position, you don't take that pawn on f5. You go f6, yes, the pawn is running, but I am faster in this position because after king a3, c2, I promote with check. The queen endgame in this particular version is winning. You don't have enough checks because of the construction of the pawns. I'm about to show how different it is when the pawn is on f4 than it is on f2. So after king e5, f3 was a great move, preventing the king from entering the queen side. And after king takes f5, h4 was played in this position. King e5, h5. So again, you don't have a penetration square. Black is trying to zugzwang white into pushing one of the pawns. And after king f5, he actually has to do so because h6, king g6 catches and wins the pawn, wins the endgame easily. Unfortunately for Firouzja, after the move f4, this pawn is just about fast enough to create the counterplay. And you can't go around and take it. This actually even loses for the black side because the pawns are marching, and remember, these ones are not going anywhere. So after the move king e4, which happened in the game, h6, king d3, h7, c3 check, king a3, c2, you got to promote your pawns. I make a queen, you make a queen, I take your pawn, we get b2, and we start seeing the endgame that we have currently on the board. Yes, these 2 pawns are alive, they were taken, but it doesn't matter. The point is that you want to get rid of them as white because they are sometimes blocking some of these checks. So we have queen h7 check here, attacking the king, and it just doesn't have a good hiding square in any part of the board. If you go down to d2, I go queen h2 check, it's not going to help you. If you go to the c file, queen c7 is not going to help you. So he starts collecting the pawns, but unfortunately for him, at this position that we have already, the king can still try to hide wherever it wants, but there will always be a good check for white. What does a good check mean? A good check means that the opponent's queen cannot interpose with a counter check, or generally not interpose at all, really, because you're going to either lose the b2 pawn or because it's an immediate draw somehow. But we do have a winner of today's round as we are waiting. Style points. I'm sorry. Queen takes b2. Stalemate. I haven't seen a stalemate in a while, and this is a funny draw. Alireza cannot be amused by it, having blown a completely winning position. But Levon, he saves it, and he saves it artistically.
Congratulations. Over to Bucharest.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we are indeed with the man of the hour here in Bucharest, Bogdan Daniel Deac, the young Romanian superstar, after an incredible victory with the black pieces against Richie Rapport. Bogdan, that was a wild game.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your feelings right now after beating such a strong opponent.
Okay, I'm feeling good, but a bit tired.
Tired, absolutely. Take us through the game.
Okay, we start with opening. I play in Nimzo Indian. He played a relatively unremembered line with knight e2, c6.
And you also played this against Gupta. Did you remember this?
Yes, a bit.
Absolutely, because he was spending some time on his moves, at least after this move, bishop to b6, which you actually played against Gupta as well. What did you feel his ideas were at this point? Did he know the position or not so much?
I can speak about bishop c7. This is the main move, but he can play g3, e5, bishop g2, bishop f5, and knight bd7. But with bishop b6, at g3 I want a5. This is the big difference. At b5, take, and queen d5. At g3, a5, b5, take, and my bishop.
So now after queen d5, knight takes c7, and queen takes h1, knight takes a8. And
yes.
Still some sort of a wild game, it seems, but you didn't want to go into this line.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. He played.
And then he played knight to g3, I think, rook to d8, bishop to c4, e5, and it seemed like almost you're starting to get
queen
full
b3,
control of the game.
Queen b3 is the most tempting move for white.
Tempting, absolutely.
Take. Here I try to calculate king f8, knight c4, take, queen e7, bishop g8.
Yes, that was the key move.
g6, castle, king g7, and bishop e6.
And you didn't like this?
Yes.
Now, let me show you a variation. And tell me if you did calculate it. After knight to e4 to go queen to e7 first. Did you think of
another move? Okay, knight g5.
And this was completely crazy.
Yes.
Knight to e5, bishop to e6.
Yes.
And now d takes e3.
And take on e5.
And take on e5, and now knight d5.
Probably can work, but in practical play, it's
Practical
very hard
play is
to play.
impossible to play
Yes.
this. And we were discussing it with Gary, and we said, okay, we feel very courageous because we have the engine.
Okay, yes.
But it's impossible to calculate it. Okay, so you played king to h8. And after this, it did seem like he was finding some sort of pressure. Did you feel it the same way? Did you feel some pressure from your opponent?
It's hard for me to play here.
Hard for you, yeah. This is what we felt as well. And queen to d6, knight to h5.
Okay, I don't like queen f8, bishop b3, and here I considered white is very good. Okay, c5, but it's hard to say it's easy for me.
It's very difficult to assess the position.
Yes.
So you said you didn't want to go passive with queen to f8, but rather keep some active play with queen to h6. f4, bishop to g4, queen to e5,
okay,
a5,
take,
rook to d7, bishop to e8. Did this move surprise you at all?
No, I see rook d8 and king g8. King g8 is a very hard move to see.
Do you think he missed that move?
Yes.
King to g8?
Yes.
And after that, he almost felt like he was in shock. And he found this move, bishop to f7. You saw this move as well.
I see all this variation.
All of this, you were playing quite quickly. Rook to e7, rook to f8. By the way, did you see this move, rook to d1?
No.
No. Okay.
I don't consider because he can play king c2 and
then rook to d2.
It's hard to see.
Of course. Especially at this point, you had how many seconds on the clock?
2 minutes, I
2
think.
minutes?
Or 3 minutes.
Something along those lines. Okay, so you play the move rook to f8, queen to e5, rook to f7, and you guys were playing quite quickly, all these moves.
Okay, here I see rook f6, queen f6.
Yes.
Take, check.
Check, yes.
Okay, go with king, check, and king c3. Probably it's a draw, but I want to play something like king h8.
Did you at all think about winning this position? Did you think about giving him maybe some chances to make mistakes?
Okay, with g6, he can't blunder.
Right.
With king h8, he can blunder.
He can make some blunders.
Yes.
And this is exactly what happened later on. You guys got to this position, knight takes h7. Of course, you cannot take. King to g8.
And knight f6 is the best move. Take,
yes.
take, and check. King c2 and probably check.
Yes. And you assess this position as equal.
Yes. Somehow I see this check. He can play rook c2 because I take with check.
Yes.
This is the main point.
Right. And now he basically has to repeat the position, right?
Yes.
King to c1, queen to a3. So you calculated all this.
Yes.
And then on the 40th move, he plays this move, knight to g5. What was your reaction when you saw this move?
Okay, I see. I take. Probably he don't say take the rook. I take with check. This is the main point.
Yes. And this is just
a bit sad, but okay.
A bit sad. You were a bit sad about for your opponent. I like that. I like that, but not too sad. Not too sad. Queen takes f4, and then did you feel having any problems finalizing this game, converting the advantage at all?
Probably not, but I need to calculate very precise here. Take, it's very important to go for this check, and rook d3.
Rook to d3, which just finishes the game.
Knight b3, check, and rook g1.
Rook g1. Beautiful. Beautiful finish. Bogdan, congratulations. You're on +1. An amazing tournament up to this point. Good luck in the remainder of your games.
Thank you for the invitation.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you.
Congratulations, Deac. And here are our standings with all the games completed, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 3 leaders up top. Bogdan, Deac joining Jan and Wesley on +1. And in the group with down there at the bottom, the
-1.
With -1, we have 2 out of 3 players on -1 are the candidates.
That's what I was about to say as well. Goes to show how strong the event is when the candidates are occupying the bottom half of the table.
Clearly a very strong field, and Black is also doing quite well.
And more happening tomorrow as
Absolutely.
round 4, same time, same channel.
Yes, 2 more rounds before the rest day, and then 4 more rounds after the rest day, with the potential playoffs on Saturday, May the 14th. We keep on sticking to the schedule of having 1 decisive game per round, but the rest of the games are not really disappointing in any way, shape, or form. So you can't really feel aggrieved by the quality or the fighting spirit of the games here. I've really been enjoying the tournament so far.
Alejandro, it's been great. It really has, despite the lack of victories, one at a time. But they've been good, including the stalemate behind you.
The stalemate was a great way to finish the day. Perhaps not for Alireza, but for fans, this was a great day. It was a really fun one. I feel a little bit of a commentator's curse because we were saying, oh, how well everybody's playing, and immediately Richard blunders in move 40.
Egregious.
And then like 10 minutes later, Alireza blunders into a drawn endgame. But they're showing the fighting spirit. I'm happy with what we're seeing over the board, despite the fact that if you look at it numerically, it is just one win per day. But what amazing games we've had. And we have a person that is happy that today did not have a decisive result in his board. Cristian Chirila has Levon Aronian.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, I am indeed with a very relieved Levon Aronian. Lev, first of all, welcome back to the studio. Congratulations for that Houdini-like escape. Tell us a bit about this game. What happened in the opening? Let's start there.
Okay, this line, I think I analyzed it in 2004 with Andreasyan. We came, Grandmaster Andreasyan from Armenia. We came to the conclusion that it's playable, but it's a bit passive. And then during the game, I kind of remembered all of this Rook D1, and then somehow I, for some reason, I thought it's King E2 that is the move, which was.
I think it was.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. There must be many games already played in this line.
Yes. So this was the big moment, right?
Yes.
Knight D1, Queen to A, and he was blitzing all his moves.
Yeah, yeah.
Up to this point, did you feel any sort of pressure because you played King to E2 so quickly? What was your thought process?
I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot what I was analyzing, honestly.
And you just thought that King E2 has to be the move.
I thought this King E2 somehow, and then after Queen A6. Well, my intention was to play King F3. Queen A4, I thought shouldn't work because of Queen C3, Rook G8, Queen F6. You know, everything is hanging. But then just Knight E6 and bye-bye, because Queen F7, Knight E5 check.
What was your reaction when you saw this?
Well,
you spent an hour.
Yeah, I spent an hour, yes. I spent an hour contemplating why am I so stupid.
Then we had actually Gary on the show, and I was telling him that probably you just feel disgusted with the position, but he was saying that you're just cursing in your head. Which one was, or
cursing,
just a combination, cursing. Yeah. And you finally decided to take 12 minutes on the clock. How did you assess your chances in this endgame with only 12 minutes on the clock and this position?
Probably I'm going to lose and go back and think about my behavior for the rest of the evening. Yeah, of course, that's really crazy. But then, yeah, I thought I started at least trying to play some logical move.
Absolutely, and try to find some chances. At which point did you feel like you're at least finding some practical escapes in the
I
position?
knew that this should be lost. I knew that even, he doesn't have to play Knight D4. He can just push the pawns because I think the opposite color bishop endgame is probably lost.
Lost, yeah.
I mean,
but then even this position, I mean, the computer was saying minus infinity,
it should be
of
lost,
course, right?
But Knight D4 is such an easy loss for me that it was just a practical choice.
And Knight D4
I mean, after King C7,
Knight takes C4, yes,
yeah,
of course.
Bishop F8.
And then just push the pawns.
Yeah, I mean, I have to play Knight H7 because, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
You don't get the second passer.
Yeah.
So you took on H7. That was the practical, very good choice. B4, B3, and then you guys got to this point. Knight takes C4, this move, right now. Did you see the win during the game?
No.
You did not see it. So
actually, I'm extremely surprised that this King B6, King A5 is winning.
Study-like.
This is pretty deep.
Study-like, yes, absolutely.
I mean, I don't think it's kind of a thing for a practical game.
Did you feel like his energy changing? Did you feel like he thought he was winning and then finally you're starting to get practical chances and he's feeling the pressure?
I think he thought that the queen endgame is still winning.
All the way to the queen endgame?
Yeah.
And you guys got
No, because it's almost winning.
Almost win.
Because here, I mean, queen c3, I'm only surviving because queen h7, king a3, which if you don't notice, that's it. I mean, white is completely gone.
King to a3, yes. Beautiful, beautiful. And now if you go here,
yeah,
and then there's no mate after b1.
Yeah.
Lev, you must feel relieved.
Very much so.
How would you assess your start of this tournament?
I think yesterday I had a bit of a chance. Today I think something very, very wrong happened with my brain, so I have to work on it.
Well, keep the energy up, and we'll see you in the remainder of the games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and our congratulations to Levon for really recovering from the dead. You feel like that was a win.
Yeah, you do feel like you gained a whole point somehow, even though it's only half a point. But yeah, he was brutally honest about what happened today.
Exactly.
He knows that that was not great.
Right. I wanted to ask him about the cursing. Do you curse yourself in Armenian or English?
I think it's a combination of everything.
Yeah,
he's very
throw
fluent.
it all in there.
He's very fluent. Yeah,
exactly.
We've seen him in action. Yeah, we know he can do good things in that particular area of human endeavor.
That was a cute point. Could you point that out again, that king a3 move that he just showed? Because Ali Reza, he's saying that Ali Reza thought he was winning all the way to the queen
We didn't
ending.
even consider queen c3. We looked at queen c2, which is not a good move. But queen c3 is a legitimate attempt. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like many things here should be a draw, right? Even continuing to give a check probably is a draw. But
this is a draw.
He said that he was ready to play king a3.
Yeah, I guess he was very worried about allowing the king to get to a2. And
yeah,
king a3 is a very clean draw.
King a3
here.
is definitely cleaner, but it is not strictly necessary now. I see.
And let's just review our predictions before the start of the game. I feel I was lucky today.
Yeah.
I feel that Fabi got away with one.
I feel my boy pushed for the win, and things turned around.
Yeah, you were in there with a very good shout at one point. It's interesting that Cristian and Bogdan just completely glossed over the fact that bishop e8 was by no means forced. They just kind of discussed the bishop e8 position. But let's not get into that.
But look at this. Nobody has any of the tournament leaders.
Yeah.
You guys are useless, terrible. Final thoughts.
I can't believe they pay us for this.
I can't believe you guys are failing me so badly. Final thoughts there, Alejandro, please.
Romania, let's go to Romania.
Thank you guys. Yeah, what a day, right? I mean, Ali Reza, he needs to snap back into it because yesterday a very tough loss in a complicated position, but today he was definitely winning in a lot of ways, multiple ways in which he could have finalized the game and convert the advantage, and he did not do so. And the trend is just simply negative for him. I picked him as the tournament winner, so I need him to snap back. But that game between Richie Rapport and Deac, that was just insane. I have to admit, Richie really played a good game. That long castle at move 16, that was just wild stuff. And he did get a winning position, but to collapse just like that at move 40, well, that's just heartbreaking. A lot of exciting games for us, for the commentators, as well as for the players and the fans. And we have plenty to come in the next few days. Anastasia, how about you?
Yeah, I felt this really crazy tension at the playing venue. When I went a few times there, I could see Richard playing against Bogdan, and Bogdan running around his table with few seconds on his clock, So it was really interesting and it's something new for me, I would say. It was a really tense battle, and but no matter what happens on the boards, we still have the same result, right? Plus one decisive game per day. So I don't know, probably we have to change something here. I don't know, or the players.
Well, classical chess is definitely fighting chess, pure chess, and a lot of fun as well, guys. How about yourselves?
We're enjoying it.
Absolutely.
It's been great. It's a lot of fun calling the action with you both. And Alejandro, your final thoughts?
You guys have said it. It's been a fun few days, and I think the tournament itself, it's progressed really interestingly. It's not something I expected fully, but two candidates at the bottom, another candidate at the top, very big difference there. It's an early tournament, still only round 3, but we've seen a lot of action and a lot of good chess, exciting chess, and I'm excited for the rest of the tournament because it's been pretty good despite the fact that it's only one decisive result today.
Thank you, Alejandro. And of course, tomorrow will be round 4. Same time, same channel. We'll be looking forward to seeing you all there. In the meanwhile, a hearty good night.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.